Так, бля, свет не включен. Всем привет, с вами Leonid Ratahook. Сейчас я потихонечку буду начинать. Сейчас я подрублю свет, что называется, чтоб светило. Ждем Ратахука, ага. Всем привет. Привет, Андрей, приветик, Миша. Всем здорово. Так, ебать, что у меня с лицом нахуй. Блядь, как будто я нахуй этот... опух, блядь. Ай, блядь. Ратахук просыпается, короче. Доброе утро всем. Вот. Так. Бля, у меня не сменена картинка, да, блядь? У меня не сменена картинка. Так, сейчас, моментик. Сразу антракт. Что, у меня антракт висит? Не висит. Так, бля, у меня, короче, картинка не сменена. Сейчас я нахуй ее поменяю. Вот, сейчас я нахуй ее поменяю. И потом открою диск Elysium. Сейчас, моментик. Вот. А то я что-то забыл. Доброй ночи. Тан-тан-тан-тан. Так. Так, бля. Давай, открывайся, родной, блядь. Мне, наверное, вот эта хуйня нужна. По ходу стрима проснешься. Так да, я сейчас раздуплюсь потихонечку. Так, сейчас момент. Бля, смогу ли я через этот экран поменять картинку? Могу, смотрите-ка. Изменить. Диск. Эй, блядь, не та кнопка! Не та кнопка. Во, все, база. Сейчас она подзагрузится. Все, база. Загрузили. Сейчас-то будем потихоньку это... Будем потихоньку открывать сам диск Elysium. Так, это я тоже закрываю. Ох, не энергос кофе, сразу сердце побежит. Никакого кофе. Никакого кофе. Хотя, кстати, у меня есть кофеин в таблетках теперь, точно я же его купил. Может быть, сейчас возьму. Все равно, блядь, диск Elysium выпускается момент, блядь. Я ненадолго. Все, короче, база. База, что называется. Так, там потихоньку как раз сейчас... О, как раз диск Elysium потихоньку запускается. Какой в таблетках батарейка. Сейчас бежит и остановится. Ай, баш-штука. Баш-шутка. Я вот думаю, что поиграть под стрим. Call of Modern Warfare или Plants vs Zombies. Бля, надо будет как-нибудь перепройти растения против зомби, конечно. Давно я не перепроходил. Вот, может быть, даже на стриме. А еще видно второе. Так. Сейчас, момент. Точно. У меня здесь чат скрыт. Больше не пишите никакой хуйни, блядь, чтобы мне чат скрывать не пришлось. А то было не весело. Так, ну чё, захват игры, диск Elysium. Блять. Окей. Что-то оно опять запускаться не хочет. Спасибо большое. О, запустилось. Так, все, окей. Не, нужно прибавить звук. Все, база, прибавили. Так. Бля. Жареный крестов ты вкидай чего? Не, это рис. В смысле? Так. Что нам надо? Давайте начнем вот с этой вот. Тут, кстати, этот. Джойс. Переехала.
I'll just keep the CordaLHE in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
Пирса мелко.
Hi, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way.
Это причал.
Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty. Hello, detectives. It's good to see you here. I only just arrived myself.
Приятно встретить вас
What
здесь.
brings you here, madame?
Nothing really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
О, кстати, нужно будет не забыть то, что мне еще к этому, к Эврару. Как вам здесь?
How do I like it?
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
Охуенно.
It's pornographically poor. The street has
Вызывающая
all the men are
бедность.
dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
Остов мотокареты.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Что спрашивайте, пока
Dark
можете.
eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
Real men, real politics, real thoughts in your head.
Сука, охуенно. Кстати, BNBBSC так выглядит реальный город. Это место в любом случае обречено.
Maybe.
Может быть.
Above you, the
О, не зря прожал.
altocumulus clouds, twisting into each other. The wind tugs and stretches them over the bay. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly, but perceptibly. It's early spring, and the rains are coming. An officer enters a low hut of stone and wood. Inside, weapons are piled against the walls. Rifles with splintering stocks, and swords, tens, if not hundreds. They're antiques, says Lieutenant John, the archetype McCoy, to his partner. They're digging them up from the catacombs now, fixing them. Old caches from the revolution.
Нихуя тут этот гигантский диалог высрался чисто просто из нихуя.
The children carry them up. Come May, the streets will be flooded. Outside, the wind rattles the loose hatches, flooded with cheap weapons in angry hands.
Have I told you how they discovered this place?
Эту рыбацкую деревню?
No, the Insulindian Isola.
Нет, вы не рассказывали, как ее нашли.
Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty.
А 40% как раз в моем диапазоне, все меняется к лучшему.
I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day. For now, how can I assist you in this new location?
Расскажите сейчас, у нас есть время.
Do we?
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you.
Хотелось бы вас задерживать.
This story she will tell only before she leaves Martinez, at the very end of her stay.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with while you're hot in pursuit. Oh? Of course, Detective.
Да.
The waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
Бля, на самом деле, перед тем, как с ней поговорить, реально стоит сходить наверх, наверное. Сейчас мы еще вот с этой папкой побазарим.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
Почему в половице нашей хижины была спрятана пуля?
Damn that girl.
And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
But you didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Я не вы туда ее положили.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant. And not a stupid one either.
Вы сдали ей комнату?
Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl.
То есть она тут была, окей.
As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it
Ну
clear.
что?
We welcome all kinds of people here.
Так. Извиняюсь, мы продолжаем.
She came last Friday, left on Monday in a
Ушла в
hurry.
понедельник.
What has she gotten herself into? That girl.
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble
Но этот
before.
случай отличается.
But this
That's for the police to find out. Right then. Please answer each question to the best of your ability.
О, нихуя, это прям, блядь, допрос целый. Так. Вы сказали, она ушла в понедельник?
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
Комната осталась нетронутой после ее
I
ухода.
cleaned it, like I always do.
Че там что-нибудь?
No,
А какая она, эта
she's
Руби?
good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
This Ruby is an old lady whisperer. She knows how to work the village elder, unlike you.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time, kept to herself.
Kept to herself.
She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room.
She wanted to talk to her, as they usually do, but she was brooding.
Как думаете, почему она оставила пулю
How
там?
would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
Мне на ум приходит одно возможное объяснение.
Do tell.
Это план побега
Exit from what?
из мира.
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you, then at the old woman.
No, she's a fighter.
No.
Not a quitter, like you sometimes get, son.
Это что она много пила и была агрессивна. Знаешь, что-то подобное?
Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. But I only knew her to have a beer on the beach while watching the sunset.
The sun sets for everyone.
She isn't what you'd call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Said it was part of the communal life. But I never saw her lose control of herself the way some people do.
Как некоторые. А было ли какое-то оборудование?
Not that I know of, though she was into nice music. She once showed me a few mixtape milieux she'd made. Although I guess she was pretty handy with the mechanical and technical stuff. Even fixed the heater
Печь
in
в
the shop.
хижине.
You should be thankful for that.
Скажи ей спасибо. Когда она направилась?
I don't know. Further up the coast, she tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
На север направилась.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the back of her hand. You only just arrived.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Так. Просто вперед, вверх по
Are you sure
берегу.
you'd rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater.
Это
Seems like
гораздо
a better
разумнее.
idea to me.
The failed electric neuron. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
What more do you want to know about that poor? Yes, one thing, officer. If you do
О,
find
обращайся с
her,
ней слишком
please
сурово.
go easy on her.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl.
Ебать. Но мы сильно тут как бы туда взглянем, но чуть-чуть попозже.
Winter, slow to let go of Revachol. flecks some more wet snow from above. The
Осмотреться.
snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-colored sewage runoff. And to think, it seemed as though
Казалось, что уже
it was
весна.
already spring. You're warm in your hat and your coat. Like a well-equipped explorer, you comfortably survey the white landscape. More winding coastlines lined with abandoned buildings, crumbling piers, salt water lapping at their dark piles, grey and red forgotten city blocks, what remains of the pre-revolutionary effort to gentrify the coast.
О, это такой же диалог, как был у нас на прошлой локации.
The waters turn black, coal city in the shadow of San Martin, a boomtown, back when coal extracted from countless shafts near the city was needed to power Revachol. No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esperance. Everything crumbled. These days, only the weakest remain in Coal City. Their hopes of getting rich linger in the defunct shafts under their feet.
Что там?
Below the old mines, L'Océan Municipal, Revachol's underground cemetery. Le Petit Rat braved the underground passageways, trying to get to Le Royaume.
Крысята.
Children under 14, they go underground looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums. And for fabled relics, their parents let them. They go deeper.
Глубже.
After rubies, melchiorite, lapis lazuli, plundered from Safle and Seol during the time of the suzerain. In the burial chambers of the kings, Grand Old Philip, Guillaume II, and even in the mausoleum of Philip the Opulent. 2 kilometers underground, in a winding shaft along whose walls mirrors have been placed, so that daylight may eternally fall upon the richest of all the kings. The mausoleum contains untold quantities of gold, and that special, pure
Тот самый.
cocaine, favored by Revacholian royalty. Did someone say untold quantities of cocaine? Drop everything immediately and go looking for this hoard.
Смахнуть с плеча снег.
Few petits rats return from the shafts. Even fewer find what they're looking for. A small child steps out of the black tunnel with silver trinkets in her pockets. All around her, white snow on the extinguished coke furnaces and on the weather-worn shacks where fathers beat their sons after drinking. The snow melts on your fingers, turning to water.
А что на востоке?
The canal you crossed to get here and beyond it. Martinez proper, the district the police forgot to police. There is laughter, lights, attempts at entrepreneurial activity, cynicism. Someone is scraping snow off their windshield at the roundabout, in the midst of which a statue of Philip III serves as a destination for grade school field trips and a fine perch for winter birds.
И все?
Like all monuments, it's also a warning. 6-story ruins on the south side of the roundabout cast a long shadow over the profligate king. A fenced-off yard. There's a truck belonging to a logistics company parked next to the gate. Bright light from a building behind the fence reflects off its hood.
Что на севере?
The abandoned church, one of 2 remaining stave churches, which were collectively called Les Sept Sœurs. The other 6 sisters were destroyed during the revolution.
А
A
дальше к
serpentine
северу.
strip of land weaving its way into the Martinez Inlet. Unfortunates on the run from the law, from themselves, sometimes hide out on nearby islets.
Намек на
Little
концовку,
dots in the
кстати, здесь
ocean that
есть.
are occasionally submerged when the tide is high and the weather foul.
А на островах?
The remains of a camp on a jagged piece of rock, a tent, old dishes and cutlery, long since abandoned. A hermit crab scuttles among the debris, looking for a new shell. Further out, the lights burn bright on Resurrection. Way beyond Martinez, a popular spa destination for ample-bodied Ozon kids with equally ample pockets.
А на другой стороне бухты?
Then there's ozone, but the snow falls too thick. You cannot see that far.
А до того, до
The
завесы?
Bay of Revachol. Vastness, great depth, over 1,200 meters at its deepest. Water, air brinier than here. It is crisscrossed by huge cargo ships bearing company logos. Wild pines, Zam, Morian. And at the farthest reaches of the Bay of Revachol, the shadow of the coalition warship, Archer, on perpetual patrol duty, ready to unleash artillery fire if you were to rise up against the market. You shudder.
Что на юге?
The raised motorway, 881, separating Martinez from Jamrock. Vehicles whoosh past one another day and night, while those who reside in labyrinthine alleyways beneath the motorway attempt to carry on with their lives in the snow and the slush. And south of the 881 is the Pox.
И язва.
Was once a park, a
Park.
place for reflection and recuperation for the patients of the old military hospital. In the 20s, it was used as a quarantine center during a measles outbreak that killed many children. Most everyone has
Мало
avoided
кто
the hospital and
приближается.
surrounding park ever since. The Pox is completely wild now.
Место
Evergreen
совершенно
thickets
дикое.
and industrial dust. Feral dogs and even wolves roaming in packs. The police try to keep the deepest corners cordoned off.
Однако,
Heavy drug users do slip through and hole up in the old military hospital, hoping to find something to get high on among the hastily abandoned supplies, or just to overdose in peace.
дальше к югу.
A line of motor garages with armored carapaces hunched in the cold. A mechanic is hard at work, patching up bullet holes in the side of a Capri 40. These are the garages of Precinct 41. Snow settles on the roof of the repurposed silk mill. It serves as your station. Shivering RCM personnel hurry in and out of the main entrance.
Wonder if Vic's found his heterosexual life partner yet.
Бля!
Damn, I don't know. Even a real Braderbund like that can't survive everything.
Around you, the snow continues to fall. To the west, the ocean swells.
Бля, здесь же очевиднейший намек, типа, что Вик пошел нас искать. Типа, почему мы не можем ему об этом сказать? Это был мой дом, я
The
хочу
stairs
еще.
descend to central Jamrock. A man named Cooklove has a snow-covered stall there, in the market across the bridge. He sells kebab infested with fly larvae to your colleagues who believe eating it will make them immune to food poisoning. Snow falls on the utility district, the library, the florist, the Sarah Mauritian restaurant that offers homemade wine, and also on the brothels and drug dens, and the chop shops of the Zemlyaki. All of this built around a lake that formed in a
Вокруг
meteorite
озера.
strike. At the center of this lake, there is a little ship. There are lights at the bottom of its hull. They are lights directed toward the seafloor, looking for
Что же
something
они ищут?
like a chill comes over you, crawling down your back. The sand under your feet is wet. Somewhere in the south, tarpaulin flap in the wind.
Где Руби?
Near, snow falls into dark water. She prays, though she doesn't believe. There is a hum in the air. That's all.
Что внизу?
Layer upon layer of sand, poisoned with industrial runoff. The storm drainage, hidden bunkers. Rats scuttle.
Ветер, ветер, поеду, метаем, не пусков.
Someone stuffed a big old polar anorak into a concrete pipe under the boardwalk. It would keep you warm. You would probably never happen across it. But who knows?
Бетонную трубу под пирсом. Должна быть нога и попытки сигарет стряхнуть снег.
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up?
Нихуя, нормально так. О! Отверстие в бетоне. Что это? Канализация? Так. О, нихуя, камень. О, ебать, 2 монеты. Что там осталось буквально по минуте, да.
An old door, worn by elephants, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
Дверь не открываем. Открыть дверь.
It's military. A service depot of some sort.
Что он
A
снабжал?
woman mentioned a depot up the coast. She said it was for moving ammo and cargo across the bay. This might be it.
Бля. Там есть красная проверка техники, мужики. Я должен ее пройти.
An old door, worn by you rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door.
Бля, вы же понимаете, что я теперь здесь останусь навеки. Я хочу попробовать реально, типа, что будет, если я пройду эту проверку. Я знаю, что там реально нихуя нет, но если я не ошибаюсь, если я пройду проверку, то получу какую-то уникальную мысль. Вот.
An old door, worn by you rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your weight.
Собственно, в прошлый раз у нас тоже была как бы такая около невозможная ситуация, но мы же ее все-таки открыли. Блять, 2-1. У меня снова появляется ощущение, что результаты подкрученные, потому что, ну ебать, оно вообще не падает.
An old door, worn by you rattle the handle a bit.
Блять, я обязан теперь ее попробовать открыть. Ну, типа, если я не ошибаюсь, верить Виги, то ее, типа, реально невозможно открыть. Но, типа, сейчас, блять. Что будет, если я пройду проверку техники? Интересно, это будет так же долго, как с тем ебаным ящиком, или не настолько долго? Бля, как же вот. Ну, вообще-то 20 это... это нужна минимум... Это минимум 7-я техника нужна, чтобы был, короче, не нулевой шанс. Охуенно. Крит провал.
An old door, worn by you rattle the hand.
Да. Понимаете, ну я обязан это сделать. Давайте, окей, давайте, короче, я дам этой проверке 10 минут игрового времени. Блять.
An old door, worn you rattle the...
Если как бы не получится, то и похуй.
An old door, worn by you rattle the...
Да, что-то как-то нихуя не получается.
An old door, worn by you rattle the...
Я хочу узнать, что там, потому что, блядь, вероятно, если не сейчас, то я навсегда забью на эту дверь, типа. Вот.
An old door, worn by elements. You rattle...
Блядь, опять почти максимальная.
An old
Открыть дверь.
worn by you rattle the...
Загрузка, кстати, сейчас что-то какая-то слишком медленная
You
была.
rattle the handle a bit, then push on the door with all your weight. It does not budge. Not only is it
Чего?
locked, it's also jammed shut.
Неудача неизбежна, критический успех. Ладно. Я просто заперта на глухо забор. Это буквально непроходимая проверка.
We don't get in there.
Никак. Как это? Мы типа всюду ходим. Мы даже в контейнер со светоскрывающим димом попали, а сюда не сможем.
Frankly, you're just going to have to accept the fact that you can't get in through every single door.
Я так не оставлю. Эта дверь может иметь отношение к делу.
Relax. No one's hiding in there. If we can't open it, others can't either. And thus they can't get in.
Отойти. Бля, это буквально непроходимая проверка. Зря мы ее проходили. Хорошо, хоть, блядь, это быстро закончилось. Уймутири, это кажется чем-то важным. А, это, вероятно, марка сигарет, которую курит Руби. Кстати, я припоминаю, что это такое. О! Довольно бесполезный, на самом деле, предмет. Так, извиняюсь, меня тут отвлекают, я вернулся. О, привет, Ори, приветик. Как дела? У меня просто замечательно. Сегодня... Я, конечно, что-то приболел немного, но в остальном сегодня чудесный день. Вот. Сегодня чудесный день. О, ящик. О. Фу. Ну ладно, она сейчас мне особо бесполезна. Но в целом вроде бы не такая уж и плохая шмотка. А, стоп, я там уже был. Так, сюда. Во. Вроде неплохо. Замечательно.
Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
А кое-кого ищу. Так, ты можешь помочь?
Let's see. Who are you looking for?
Еще правших криптозоологов.
I don't think I know what these are. Care to elaborate?
Это искатели животных, которые отрицают ортодоксальная наука.
Like snowmen.
Нежные люди, никогда ты их не
Two
слышал.
old guys have been wandering around here, nose in sand, talking nonsense about snowmen and the like.
Что такое?
Right. Not only snowmen, also green men, monkey men burning rhinos. You get the picture.
И куда они отправились?
I don't really know. Further down the peninsula, I guess. I mean, that's where they were heading. Who else are you looking for besides snowmen?
Подозреваемый, который мог остановиться где-то по соседству.
Okay. When did this person stay here?
Совсем недавно, последние несколько дней, возможно, она прибыла сюда в пятницу.
Oh. I've been out on the sea for most of the past week. The weather's been good for fishing, so I usually start at 4 in the morning.
Серьезно?
Yes, that's the optimal time. Got to make the most of the calm. I've been sleeping like a corpse after. The sea really takes its toll. Now I'm just waiting for the wind to settle to get out there again. Sorry I couldn't help you out. Maybe I can help you find someone else.
Никого больше не
How
ищу.
can I assist you then, Oh? Well, how can I assist you then, officer?
Так, кстати говоря, эта моя мотокарета затонула в море.
Oh. That's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
Она больше не цепляла. Это знак грядущей бойни Великого Отсева.
Like the sign. An eyesore too. Situation calls for a funeral, if you ask me.
Ты предлагаешь почтить основу моей бывшей мотокареты?
Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all?
Какая странная мысль, может быть и стоит.
Odd. Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Ладно, я в деле, но организация похорон требует много времени и усилий, так
Oh,
ведь?
yeah. You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere.
Жаль, не удастся бы не больше несерьезных побочных зданий, например, восстановление проклятой торговой зоны или...
Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get to do. Like the murder investigation, for example.
He liked the Capri funeral idea.
Ему понравилась идея похорон Купри.
Like I said, fish mostly. Sail the waves, take care of the kids, pick nets. Right now I'm tarring a little skiff.
Что еще?
I sell the fish to people in the Delta to serve at their fancy restaurants. Authentic insular Indian cuisine.
Этого хватает на жизнь?
Sometimes I also walk to the beach to see what the sea has given up. The sea is full of surprises.
This is what is called a conversation. You don't have to be guarded right now.
Ну, даже довольно романтично.
Oh, very. Finding pieces of glass, bits of wood. Every once in a while we get dead bodies. Human, animal, fish, other sea creatures. A mine washed ashore once.
Мину.
What else? Bottles, drugs also, lost cargo in general. Most of the time it's just wood and glass. Very romantic.
Mines. You need mines.
Мину РГ бы пригодилась мина.
The RCM has to wait for another one, because some army folks came by, took it in the middle of the bay and blew it up. The blast was surprisingly timid for such a huge spiky thing.
Я так понимаю, это твой ялик.
Sure is. The sun, I call her, coated with a fresh layer of tar just yesterday. It'll take some time for it to dry, assuming the sunny days continue.
Нужно пойти на связь сейчас одним алкашом, срочно.
You think she really needs more of that after a man died at sea?
На что же тогда делать?
What if I told you it is actually possible to go on a date sober?
Так. Представляешь, какое в крайней степени экспериментальное и потенциально опасное. Слушаю тебя.
Before recorded history, men and women were able to do simple, very primitive things together sober. Acknowledge the situation and keep it basic.
Ты, ну я алкаш, поэтому я обычно всех прошу выпить со мной.
I have, and I don't really.
Но на этот раз я его просто пригласил на прогулку.
Just a walk? I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator.
Это значит...
Where would this walk take us, officer?
На пляж, на который как раз неплохой вид на северо-запад.
Officer, I thought we had a work of our own in mind. One that results in a solved murder investigation.
Oh no. You come with us. Seriously, I insist. You need to understand that nothing is going to happen. We're just walking. That's it. Understood?
Understood.
Having the lieutenant along is a fail-safe measure against any possible funny business.
Ну ладно.
Let's call it a walk. I'll join you if the ma'am insists.
I'm really sorry.
Мне очень жаль.
I do, yes. Stroll on the beach sounds nice, doesn't it? All right, I'll see the kids haven't killed each other and we'll meet at Land's End in 15 minutes?
Короче, мне сейчас
She
15
doesn't
минут.
wait for an answer. You better get ready.
Не ждет ответа. Как нам 15 минут скипать, если во время передвижения не...
Was that acceptance? It feels so normal.
So normal, блять. А кого хуй у меня так мало хп, кстати? Так. Это одна из самых гениальных ситуаций вообще во всей игре, блять, как по мне. Еще и нам этот, блять, отличный меч выдадут. А, вот и она. И 15 минут даже не нужно ждать.
The woman gazes steadily at the waves. A sudden gust picks up her dark hair and lets it fall again. Tousled, wild. She brushes a few stray locks from her eyes, and only then spots you approaching.
Aye, so here you are. Early in the morning,
Stara
and the sun is
porańcze.
up. And not a drunk or teenager in sight. I'm surprised.
Даже странно.
Know that you're not the first guy to bring a girl to Land's End. This is what the locals call a make-out spot. That is not going to happen here today. I just want to make that clear, Dimples.
Охуенно.
Her thoughts are still elsewhere. with distances across the water, and with the water itself.
И мы готовы.
Keeping a tactful distance, the lieutenant takes out his notebook, demonstrating complete disinterest in your date. Don't be fooled. He's watching you to make sure you don't act unprofessionally.
Ты удивлена, что я таки пришел.
Drinking men aren't known for keeping their appointments.
Это хорошо планирование времени.
So an officer should be. All that running around must need a lot of structure.
Structure.
Her laughter is throaty and warm. It rhymes with the waves and the cries of the gulls. As she turns to face the sun, reflected in the waves, and the skyscrapers rising across the bay, you cannot help following her steady gaze.
Знаешь, они в прошлой инкарнации звали себя Tequila Sunset. Интересно, почему?
It's a common Revacholian expression. Means drinking yourself to death.
Спиться до смерти. Недавно труп обнаружил. Мужчину полный Tequila Sunset
And
настал.
what about you? Keeping the name?
Так. Я свежая модель меня, и понадобится новое имя. О, да!
Well then.
Ну что ж.
Not terribly impressed, not surprised either. The sun reflected in the waves and the skyscrapers rising across the bay is mesmerizing. Your mind clears for a moment as your senses take it all in. Not just the glass skyscrapers, fragile looking in the shimmering air. River Esperance flowing into the bay.
Isn't it strange for this all-powerful thing, the sun, to be so generous towards us?
Но ведь
You
так
know, the
щедро,
best time to go out fishing is usually towards
когда вода
sunset.
теплая.
The sun also falls on the Capeside tenements and war-torn ruins. An old sea fortress juts out, seemingly impervious to the sheen cast over everything else. The sun does little for the dead, and those hopelessly lost in their own minds.
Ты поэтому назвала свое судно Солнце.
Oh, that was a bit of pride and a bit of superstition.
Просто любоваться
The
видом.
salt in the air, and the cries of the gulls and the skuas, grit of the sand and the green glint of broken bottles. But still your gaze always returns to the dazzling streaks of light, wherever they may be reflected, their opulence.
It's bringing us spring, summer. It's entirely on our side, no matter what we do or who we are, for absolutely no reason. It's unlike no other powerful being, certainly no powerful organization or government. How can that be?
Это есть объяснение. А должно же хоть что-то быть на нашей
I
стороне.
guess we wouldn't really be here if that thing wasn't on our team.
Самих бы нас не
You
было.
would be incinerated, or worse.
Еще похуже.
Maybe some general remarks before you say something big. Work your way up to the cool.
Рыболовные крючки в ушах.
These aren't real fishhooks, silly. They're
Настоящие
earrings that look
крючки.
like fishhooks. A drunk called Rosemary brought them to me. I kept them.
She's right. They're made mostly of
Силикон
plastic.
пластиковые.
A cheap novelty gift you can buy from a flower shop or a kiosk. The wind ruffles her hair as she looks at the light
Необычный напевный
slowly
голос.
spreading.
Thank you. I'm half Ubi. My mother was from
Что такое
Ubison.
Убисун?
Not a lot of sun there, I hear. Though I've never been.
А, типа вот эта вот хуйня на севере их мира.
As she looks at
Которую я на
the
карте
light
видел.
slowly spreading across the other
Не
coast.
хочешь плавать в дельте?
It's enough that my fish goes there. 50 real a piece they ask for spring cod.
Здесь по весне там 50 реалов просят.
Out on the terrace of La Fru de Fond, a hip business lunch spot in downtown La Delta, glasses clink over a spread of oysters. Someone can't decide what to eat. Someone recommends a ceviche. Someone shields her eyes, trying to see across the bay.
Так, как думаешь, кто убил повешенного?
I'm gonna go with the rope.
Концептуализация
Say
рискована.
what? Something interesting? Impossible.
Бля, это важно.
She turns her head, and the plastic fishhooks rattle in her ears. Nothing shear-worthy takes place in your head. Relax. This was still good.
Ну хорошо. Хорошо, это полный отстой.
Brains generally aren't very good, are they? I prefer backs, arms, shoulders, lungs too. You know,
You
the
know.
wind's gonna pick up soon, and I have to go, but... Have this.
Ебать.
The sun's good, but it doesn't
Ты
stick
его никогда не
things.
воткнешь.
I've no use for it anymore.
Может, а тебе точно нужен меч?
Men around here are too drunk to pose a threat to me.
Все, блядь, все
The
съебались.
lieutenant looks at the sword with distrust in his. Do not bring it into a gunfight, he thinks. Please understand, it's merely ceremonial.
Не забудьте перейти на перестрелку. Мы же как повторим.
Doubt it. But thank you for the company.
This is as far as it goes with her. You'd need to put a year between you and your last drink for anything more.
Все уж сопротивляться.
Farewell.
Farewell.
As she walks off, the wind
О,
picks
нихуя.
up, and the light from the sun seems to fade.
А,
The
это
crumbling silhouette
просто.
of failed electrical R&D towers in the distance beckon.
I hope this has been refreshing for you, detective. Let's return to our search with a fresh pair of
Да,
eyes.
let's return to our search. О,
Wow, so someone's been a little boring.
что?
Yes, my standard lead.
Стандартный.
Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The
Boring
regular,
one.
please. The brown.
Сашка, это представляешь, ко мне что не знаешь, что безумен. Это вообще меньше из моих проблем.
No need to be defensive. The regularity, the brownness, the cut and dry have their appeal. A very standard appeal.
Ким, я скучный.
I wouldn't worry about that.
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown, he doesn't even want to talk to you about it.
Слушай, я просто сделать свою работу, мне что-то
Of course you
витиеватости.
do. Let's get right to it. My lord's coppo type is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax.
А это вот не обязательно, должен пока официальное объявление.
Good. Of course. To outright declare yourself something does seem a bit too interesting now, doesn't it? I won't trouble you any further.
Кринж. Мне опять какие-то хуевые копотипы сыплются. Так, ладно, погнали дальше. Так, кстати, во, блядь. Да, пусть это занимает, блядь, неудобный правый слот, короче. Будем с ней, блядь, расхаживать, нахуй. Впечатление на самого себя. Гениально. Кстати, нужно будет заглянуть реально в этот в магазин. Нужно заглянуть в этот магазин. Но сначала... Так, стоп. Да, нам, короче, сначала к этим, к Мореллу тогда. Вот. Короче, да, давайте тогда к Мореллу. Потом, соответственно, к Эврару. Вот. Да. Стоп, не. Давай еще поговорим вот с этим челом у Field Directrix. Вот. Потом к Мореллу. Потом к Эврару. К крещице игральных костей. И, короче, да, что-то такое. Так, Мореллу к Эврару, крещице игральных костей. И что там дальше? Я не знаю.
A drop in temperature, an easy flow of air, an empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking.
Ща, мы послушаем это, только я пытаюсь вспоминать, что мы делаем. Да, действительно, тогда, короче, у Field Directrix все там потусить будет логичнее. Потом, да, опять-таки, к Мореллу. После Морелла я, скорее всего, да, наверное... Ну, у нас еще активности в церкви не тронутые вообще. Нужно будет с этими побазарить. Вот, но думаю, после церкви... Тогда как раз чего? Ой, блядь. Не, после Морелла полетим в этот... Уже обратно. Чем пахдым.
Chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance.
Что люди живут через дорогу?
A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware. His boyfriend is on his way home. He brings tins of meat and vegetables with him. Their pockets are heavier with money, but only slightly.
Что это за автобусная остановка?
Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost.
А что насчет дороги?
Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade.
Важная торговая артерия.
There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away.
Дохлый пес.
Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea has grown distant.
Достаточно.
The wind moves the aerosol.
Я здесь вообще не был, кстати.
Stands behind the...
Ну, типа, я вот это место вообще не видел до этого. Так, бля, где... А, вот, проход на до Field Directrix-то. Я что-то его проебланил полностью.
You see, once a slogan used to intertwine with the loops a long time ago.
Подойти ближе.
A collapsed roof, broken windows in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first.
У меня такое чувство, вот это место мне знакомо.
Somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin gutted by looters that once used to consume money and dispense warmth and light. You felt it before when it rained in Martinez, and you felt the cold of the rain. The feeling persists. It has been in you ever since.
Чувство никуда не исчезло. Что это за
Maybe
здание?
we could, you know, ask the man who's pointing at the building.
Может, Руби здесь?
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there. Or in that boat shack. In that church tower, maybe.
Трепет невозможно. Задание уведомление о смерти. Что такое уведомление о смерти? Ну, короче...
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead. No rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb.
А чего еще пытался
Trying
добиться?
to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen did not. And now you're just standing there in the pale of the morning, with your hands fallen to your side. A prayer of sorts to Revachol.
Если она может быть где угодно, как мы ее найдем?
Do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village.
Северу от
This
деревни.
place is a peninsula. I think there's people west of here. We could ask them.
Indeed, you hear what sounds like two men arguing where the lieutenant is pointing.
And then there's the church. If I were a murder suspect, I would not hide in the most prominent building here. But who knows? Maybe she's reckless. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first.
Если не получится, если мы ее не найдем.
Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. Suddenly, there's a sigh carried on the molecules around you, moving, flowing from high pressure to low pressure, like that of a woman emptying her lungs. She wraps the collapsing stone box in front of you in her breath, flowing through it.
Трепет позволяет скипнуть половину игры.
In through the collapsed roof, flowing down a concrete staircase to the basement, sweeping away footprints in the dust on the stairs, and then the beach below the boardwalk, its winding tunnels, a whisper away.
Может быть, мне еще внушение качнуть? Не знаю. И силу воли. А, кстати, реально, можно пробовать качнуть вот эти вот параметры, которые, типа, у нас не эти... Как это называется? Не фловые. Типа 14, да, ну типа, это и так максималка, типа 14, 12, типа это почти, ну, максимум. А невозможных проект трепет, если я не ошибаюсь, нет вообще. Давайте пока что более полезные качнем, типа. Так. Вообще реально. Мне кажется, хорошая идея поднять стойкость на 1. Ну, типа, чтобы у нас было, соответственно, 6, 6 и 8. Вот. Я думаю, да, я думаю, что имеет смысл качнуть, соответственно, боевой порог и грубую силу. Может, потом еще силу воли и внушения. Да, я думаю, тогда раз, два, три, и, соответственно, вот эти две. Она там. А кстати, думаю, она там, под этим зданием.
Okay. Why?
Особенно, когда я проснулся, а может быть, даже раньше меня порой находит какая-то странная дрожь.
Good, yes. Cold spells. So basically your hangover is telling you she's down there?
Да, я буквально могу говорить своим похмельем, все настолько плохо. А считаю, что это шестое чувство.
So, how do we get in there? The doors were on the collapsed side of this building. They're gone, basically.
А рядом есть лестница. Может, мы сможем по ней подняться и выйти через крышу?
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything. I'm 43 years old, and I plan to live to see 70.
43! Нихуя, он старый.
There has to be a way to use brute force. Climbing sounds unsafe. Brute force is safe. Look around and find something to break if the ladder fails.
Так, погодите секунду. Во вторую руку нужно вот это вот, блядь, подцепить. Опа. Нормально? О, все, 6, 7, 9. Замечательно. Так, надо не забыть то, что да. Это... Бля, я не знаю, какую мысль засовывать в финальную. А, кстати, магниевая форма жизни ж хороша. Южное шоссе.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez?
Тренхедестан.
You must be Kim Kituragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance of it.
Ведь это, знаешь,
Very rich in
гипертекст.
hypertext.
Nice to meet you.
Иди-ка, гипертекст.
Yes, hypertext. Young carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
Так, погодите, бля, мне еще нужно будет тогда во фрите загнуть как можно скорее. Ну окей, я не думаю, что это прям супер срочно. Мы заглянем в фрите, соответственно, после того, как поговорим с Трентом и, соответственно, поговорим с Мореллом. Да ведь? Да.
He's just making up fancy words. This doesn't mean anything.
Так, ну окей, это мы сделаем тогда. Ну да, сейчас, соответственно, Морелл и вот этот чел. Погоди-ка, а что там было про окна?
Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
Так. А вы с Кимом знакомы?
No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into worms lately.
Нравятся вюрмы.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there's so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
Один из самых тоже прикольных персонажей, вот типа наравне с этим, блядь, светоискривляющим сверхбогатым челом, наравне с Джойс, наравне с... Ну, короче, этим челом, который, блядь, ну, моралист, короче, и, ну, не только, блядь, что называется.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
Ну да, мы уже знаем, почему, блядь, мы так чувствуем. Если как забраться по этой лестнице.
How to climb that ladder, you say? I do know that Lomantangs used sticks to climb battlements. There's even a special technique for that.
Может, научитесь, есть у вас свои палки?
No, I'm just speculating theoretically here. Of course, there's also the method ancient Ilmarans used to get into the huts of their enemies.
Зашибись. Можете сказать мне об этой
If I'm not
технике?
mistaken, then it involved months of following a very rigid exercise regimen. No, years.
У меня нет свободных лет.
In this case, I suggest looking into the Zeolite Invisibles class. The word refers to their remarkable ability to traverse any environment in the most efficient way possible. There's this excellent investigative piece of journalism by...
Хорошо, обращусь. Вот какой-нибудь практический
Yes, I
совет.
have. There was this one time where I...
Однажды я...
You've made el bigo mistako. he's going to go on forever.
Ты сделал большая ошибка. Теперь он никогда не замолчит. Бля, чуваки, мы встретили буквально меня в этой игре. На самом деле, справедливости ради, если прям так вот, ну, посмотреть, типа, на персонажей, то, наверное, вот, если вот, типа, ну, типа, сравнивать меня с персонажем, то, наверное, вот я больше всего похож на Трента и на Гэри, который не криптозоолог. Хотя, на самом деле, на Гэри прям лишь отчасти, там прям есть у него несколько интересных моментов в его характере. А вот Трент это прям буквально я, блядь, вы еще поймете почему, типа. Вы еще прекрасно поймете почему. Кстати, это нужно записать. Сейчас, момент. Так. 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 Все, база записал, я такую ржеку придумал, блядь. Так, подайте какой-нибудь альтернативный вход в здание.
Alternative? I don't even have a mainstream way in, I'm afraid, although there's a sewage pipe there.
Зонная труба.
Does something? Sorry, I can't help more.
Pipes can be broken.
Трубы можно ломать. Я разыскиваю подозреваемого, не видели здесь какого-нибудь... А здесь кого-нибудь подозрительного?
No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
Выходной день.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
Никого не видели?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
Да они уж тут 2 дня стоят, блядь.
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off.
А что такого удивительного в старом пустом здании?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top
Передовые
dog
компании
in the
во
turn of the
время
century cybernetics.
бентийского бума.
Hold on. What's R&D?
Такое хаб. Абсолютно нависающее над вами
It
здание.
looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
Что такое хаб?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore. You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
Кажется, я не раз слышал о Field
That's
Electrical.
not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains.
Ферропленок.
They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era.
Бля, погодите, меня беспокоит одна нахуй мысль, которую сейчас вспомню, нужно буквально вот секунду сделать одну вещь. Короче, мне не дали нихуя сделать, поэтому похуй. Так.
Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developing an ace up their sleeve?
Не разрабатывали. Да, просто он несколько запутанный. Что это за козырь?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a
Пленочный
tape
компьютер.
computer. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution, revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bringing them to the average consumer. Which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN, and ZAM, haven't achieved yet.
He assumes something like a combat stance, facing the wind.
И что случилось?
Indeed. What?
The revolution.
The Revolution.
Unfortunately,
К
the
сожалению.
project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes, possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
Эту часть города для хаб. Блять, похуй, короче. То есть ПИС построила Field Electrical.
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
Уничтожено во время войны.
Pleasure wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel, lighting up the
Небольшого
coast.
колеса.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds. before
Сплошное
Feld
болото.
arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics.
А что случилось с инженерами и сотрудниками компании?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
А что если они сделали с этими продвинутыми пленочными компьютерами?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases, the most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars.
А что это такое было?
What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02. It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bombecer dans le Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
И как работали эти пленочные компьютеры? Так же, как радиокомпьютеры?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware. 10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Humpty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje.
Во Фредефорте в Орanje.
And we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the
Ебать,
twins
такой важный
Keaton
хуй
guy
бумажный.
joined the team, trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center?
Humpty-Dumpty-Dum Центр.
He said Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural.
Да не ж
thing in
само
the
собой
world.
разумеющееся.
This is all ninsy-pinsy garbage for sissy people.
Так, Центр Тири-Тири-Бом, Пол Локерман, о чем вы вообще?
The Humpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Arts. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
Чуваки, ну, блядь, вы не представляете, насколько же это и буквально я, блядь, даже по манере разговаривать. Все это выдумали, Ким, он же все это выдумал.
In fact, I'm not. The Humpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center. But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
На самом деле, центр TRX это одна из самых полезных мыслей в игре. Но, скажем так, эта мысль полезная только, соответственно, когда у тебя есть энциклопедия. А у нас она 0 на счету, блядь. Вот. РГМ такая пригодилась.
One would be very useful. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to the precious device. So they did. The failed playback experiment vanished into the fires of 07.
Проект Фельдперемотка?
Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the failed playback experience, but those are incorrect.
Почему революционеры все уничтожили?
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands.
Не осталось ни одного из 3
They're all
прототипов.
gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building.
2 seagulls circle in the sky. You look up and think, really? Or was there a 4th prototype that remains hidden in the mausoleums below?
Ух, нихуя, кстати, это опасная проверка. Хотел еще кое-что
But
спросить.
of course, what else?
Давайте поговорим про здание Фельд.
Sure. What's on your mind? But of course, what
Не так,
else?
будто у вас водятся деньги. Есть у вас
You
деньги?
do have some money, yes, but that's not what's really important.
Самое важное.
He's not gonna give you money. What are you doing? Clearly you were just profiling.
Может, дадите мне немного этих неважных
Oh,
денег?
no, I don't have it on me, officer. I was talking in more general terms. I'm just spending time with my kid here, showing him around the lesser-known parts of our hometown. It wouldn't be
Ходить с собой
wise
на
to
такие
carry
прогулки,
huge
деньги
amounts
не
of
очень
capital for such
разумно.
expeditions.
Not that he would have to worry about being robbed. He looks surprisingly buff. Does he work out?
А, кстати, вы занимаетесь спортом?
I do some Lomantang stick fighting now and then.
Ламантанг стикфайтинг?
It's an anthropological heritage of the Lomantang people. A martial art of sorts, but what not a lot of books mention is that it also carries a cultural significance among the Lomantangs, as it used to be the best means of showing off to look for a bride, which, interestingly enough, brings us to the socio-economic structure of the traditional rural tribes of the Lomantang.
Какой же охуенный
tribes,
персонаж.
But anyway, I'm boring you with details again. You were saying?
А меня слишком интересует техника. Я просто не знаю, как часто вы занимаетесь. Иногда это раз в неделю.
Lomantang stick fighting is a little like a Berolidin addiction. I've been practicing it for nearly 20 years now, so you could say that my doses have grown a little peculiar.
Индивидуально.
Wait, what does this man know about pyrrolidon addiction?
Передоновая зависимость, какая интересная метафора. И может, это вовсе не
You
метафора.
got me, detective. But my history should hardly come as a surprise.
В истории нет ничего
Here's a
удивительного.
former junkie. I can recognize
Бывший
him.
торчок.
Dad's fighting with sticks every night after dinner for 4 hours. He has a special room for that and a special costume.
That's right, Mikhail. It also has a meditative quality. Helps to clear my head. But anyway.
Здорово, спасибо за
No,
интересную
thanks to
информацию.
you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Так, гениально. Бать, полчаса потратили на то, чтобы побазарить с ним.
An old pipe peeks out from beneath the rotten boards of the boardwalk. Could this be an alternative path into...
Так, с дренажной трубой поговорим потом. У нас и теперь такая же рамка, как у этого господина.
Always a pleasure to see. I mean, officers.
Кстати, это с ним уже нельзя поговорить об этом.
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not...
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap. He notices you.
Так, сейчас мы поговорим с Мореллом, и потом мы пойдем. Пойдем мы куда? Пойдем мы куда? Пойдем мы, соответственно, к Гэри. И, соответственно, ну, вот к этим всем ребятам с ними побазарим. Вот. К речице игральных костей. И потом к Эврару.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
His self-conscious enthusiasm renders his movements ungainly. He looks like your understanding of a scientist.
Видимо, Морел криптозоолог.
To what do I owe the pleasure?
Перевести коммунистов.
The lieutenant sighs at your flagrant misogyny. The cryptozoologist's companion
Че не говорить, надо брить на тебе кивает.
nods approvingly in your direction.
So that's what this
Так вот в чем дело, вас Лена
Lena
прислала.
sent you. Can't say I blame her. We've been here for days. That darn water lock is broken, and we can't go under the 881.
Ого, это я сломал шлюз мотокареты. Теперь его починили, вы можете возвращаться.
The water lock with a motor carriage. There was a billboard in the canal. Not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter.
Наверное, вы правы, все в щите. В любом случае, вы можете возвращаться.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon.
Они находятся в паре метров, но при этом орут друг на друга. Это интересное, блядь, наблюдение.
Your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
Знаешь, что Гэри спрятал броню?
Hell no. I had no idea. And I'm still cross with him, to be honest. It's not like him. He's got his quirks, but dishonesty, disloyalty are not one of
Не
them.
в его духе.
Thanks.
He's still glad his friend stood up for him.
Вдруг от него не отрекся. А как стали криптозоологом. Я розыске подозреваемого не видели здесь рыжий, который выглядел бы так, будто она в
I'm
бегах.
afraid not, officer. I've been busy digging around in the reeds for days, looking for signs of insect activity. I'm less interested in mammalian concerns, to be perfectly honest.
The lieutenant takes a short note in his notebook, then gestures for you to proceed.
Открытие про фазмида, которого ищете.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it.
А почему так сложно отыскать?
Question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialized techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists, in our present case.
Какими специальными техниками пользуется фазмид, чтобы лучше прятаться?
It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defenses that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex. But I cannot describe how these defenses work, much less how they evolved, without studying a live specimen.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
Насколько велик этот фазмид?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
Seems puny, to be honest.
Как-то щупленько. Почему так важен этот палочник?
typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for. Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defenses, find out how it stayed hidden so long,
would be glory itself.
Что вам уже удалось в нем выяснить?
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts.
То есть никто их никогда не находил.
Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real.
I know it's real.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
Лена сказала, что его видели здесь, в Мартинете.
The most recent sighting was by a couple of teenagers along the coast here. That's what brought us to Martinez specifically. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Может, австралийский фазмид вымер?
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
Блядь, я вспомнил, бля, перед тем, как, короче, базарить с этими, как называется, блядь, перед тем, как базарить с ребятами, вот, что типа с Мореллом, ой, как, блядь, ну, короче, да, перед тем, как пойти в танцы в трипье, вот, так, блядь, а там разве ничего не было? Нам нужно туда, очевидно. Еще, ну, нам нужно, соответственно, будет крещиться и, соответственно, к Врару. А дальше, получается, только церковь сама по себе. Вот, нам еще нужно поговорить вот с теми ребятами у мотокареты. Партенонос.
Parthenogenesis, meaning the females don't need males to reproduce, makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions.
Из здравого смысла.
Nature does not concern herself with ethical propositions. As a scientist, my interest is strictly dispassionate.
There's nothing dispassionate about the way he talks about the insect.
Как он говорит об этом насекомом, не имеет ничего общего с хладнокровием. А скажите, больше про эти ловушки.
Well, they may not look impressive, but Lena designed them quite cleverly, so I'm sure they'll do the trick.
А ловушки придумала Лена?
More than some, he admires this about.
Тем глубоко восхищен. А как работают ваши ловушки?
Simple. Attracted by the locusts, the phasmid crawls down the funnel and, having eaten its fill, can get back out. At least, that's the intention. The net isn't a perfect solution, but we didn't want to use anything that might damage the specimen's delicate exoskeleton.
Что вы используете в качестве наживки?
Locusts. Nearly all known phasmids are herbivores, of course. But we've hypothesized that the Insulindian phasmid might occasionally prey on other insects.
Inside the traps, a number of locusts crawl and tumble over one another in a tiny, chittering swarm.
А что будет делать, если ловушки не сработают?
Yes.
Блять.
What? Well, they'll work, I assure you.
Не
The
сработает.
predatory hypothesis, using locusts as bait, accounts for the failure of previous efforts by other teams, which used
Все
plants.
продумали.
We have... Yes. What?
Как вы стали криптозоологом?
Just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
Считает и то, и другое.
He seems reluctant to talk about himself, but he'll open up if you prod a little.
В общем, ваша детская мечта воплотилась в реальность.
It's not child's play. Just because I have to traipse through the mud every so often.
Но почему вам не быть обычным зоологом?
Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does.
Честно, как по мне, быть криптозоологом лучше большей части того дерьма, которым занимаются люди.
My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen.
Your nerve endings tell you there is no such thing as a positive surprise.
Приятных успехов не бывает. Неожиданность, что подбрасывает нам жизнь, обычно печально.
Agreed. Yet there is always a chance, albeit a small one, of a truly good surprise.
А с вами происходило нечто действительно неожиданное.
No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close enough to keep trying.
Interesting. Something for later, this close call.
На какие средства вы опираетесь?
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
То есть вы никогда не находили фазмида? Ой, криптидов, блядь.
Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality.
А сколько всего криптидов обнаружено?
Cryptid. Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemney, which is 4,082 items long, about 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes. 2 are categorized as confirmed
достоверно обнаружены.
The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection.
Лишь 2 оказались настоящими?
Yes, the Chateauquan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Yugograd, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves, more so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
То есть астралийский фазмид станет третьим.
Indeed. If our expedition is successful, every paper in the world will report on it. From Revachol to Dushantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
А, кстати, в этой части реальности мы, блядь, не сможем сфотографировать, блядь, фазмида, потому что мы идем по ветке, где мы сходимся с Куна, а не с Химом. А у Куна нет фотоаппарата, блядь. Вот, таким, ну, он, короче, либо будет ранен, либо умрет, я там уж не помню.
The hair on your arms stand up. Electricity. Sounds like reeds hissing.
Спасибо за объяснение, теперь давайте о другом.
Yes.
Давайте поговорим о конкретных криптидах.
What cryptids precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what.
You need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena, or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
Так, бля. Знаю, какой криптид самый опасный, Жеромский гном.
Formerly the most dangerous, yes. But do you know the most dangerous
Самый
living
опасный
cryptid?
из живущих.
He doesn't want to make it feel like you knowing it is some big deal.
Из неживущих нет. О, дайте угадаю.
Believe me, you won't guess it. You
Не
either
угадаете.
know or you don't. The most dangerous cryptid is a carnivorous ruminant, known colloquially as the dread moose.
Страхолось. Страхолось.
Yes, the dread moose subsists entirely on flesh. It has even been known to dig up fresh graves in search of sustenance.
Он тоже нападает.
Human remains have been found deep in the forest, torn apart, then trampled into the mulch by large hooves. Infer from that.
Последний час стрима я отцу разговариваю по телефону. Это самый долгий день по телефону за всю мою жизнь. Рофлс. А, какой страхолось.
An ordinary ardent moose.
Как тогда отличить страхолося от обычного?
You can't. That's what makes it so dreadful and hard to identify.
Только за страхолося абсолютно верю, что он существует. Ну еще
The
бы.
bodies found in the forest are just one piece of physical evidence. There's more. Sightings in Vasa, reaching back 4 centuries. But, of course, nothing satiates the skepticism of.
A detective. Pardon me, I did not wish to seek conflict. It's simply my training to question things.
Understood, Lieutenant.
А я не знаю, как самый большой куканурский
That's
великан.
impressive, I guess. But have you seen it with your own eyes?
Нет.
Of course you haven't.
А вы?
I haven't had a chance to travel to Coco Nord. No. And I likely never will. The Samaskill
В смысле, не утихает гражданская война.
small civil war for the last 8 years. I fear this mindless barbarism may have wiped out the elusive creature entirely. Sightings of towering luminosities have grown rare recently.
Я знаю про Криопастер Котленис.
Oh, everyone knows about that one. Thanks to Professor Mijanu being the talk of the town for a time.
A bit of jealousy there. He'd want that glory, truth be told. Even if he'd have to inject himself with bacteria to get it.
Although, probably because her life ended as a result of her work in Gutler, no one remembers her contributions to the search for the Nong-Ok.
Нонг-Ок?
A flightless cursor owl found in the Seminine Isles. Its long legs permit the Nong-Ok to run faster than any other avian, perhaps any other animal, who knows.
Кто знает.
When it's not hunting its prey in this manner, the Ok hangs from tree branches, like a bat, waiting to dive on hapless prey below on the jungle floor. Mijanu liked extreme animals, you see.
Радикальных
One of the
животных.
few figures of the academic establishment I respect. Really a shame she
Как жаль, что она пропала. Когда она
Oh,
пропала?
decades ago. In the 30s. I didn't know her personally, of course. The chasm of academic pretension still stood before us, even though she had unusual courage for someone from the other side.
Какого вида вы почти поймали?
A willow person. It's a long story. One non-specialists would find rather dull.
Какие ивовые люди?
People, really. Some argue they aren't really animals, as they seem to have evolved directly from trees.
Directly from trees.
Very, very thin, almost flat in fact, and can camouflage themselves easily, wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the tree bark. In that way, they're not too dissimilar from the phasmi we're
Возможно,
looking
я сам того не знаю, видел ивовых людей.
Probably have.
Как вам удалось почти поймать ивового
Gary
человека?
and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. It was a bright lavender colour. I was hoping one of the willow people would get paint on it and not be able to camouflage itself. After waiting in hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip from one of the trees, a lavender shadow dashing through the grove.
А
I
потом?
chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field. And, well, it was faster than me.
A lavender shadow.
Лавандовая тень.
I know you think we were snacking on funny mushrooms. It's easier to mock someone than to admit that the world might be more interesting than you've imagined. Furthermore, I'm not saying it was a confirmed sighting. I'm painfully aware of what goes into verifying such things. There is a serious possibility that I saw a squirrel or a trick of the light. I am my own harshest critic.
Расскажите мне про какого-нибудь клевого криптида, любого.
No offense, officer, but I'm not much of a pedagogue. I don't know what I would have done if Lena hadn't persuaded me to go
Из интересных историй лучше спросите ее.
You should ask her if you want interesting stories. Me? I'm not a people person, unless you haven't noticed. And I don't make a good lecturer.
Давайте сказок, сменим
by
тему.
all means.
Будем начаться к этой женщине,
By
Морел.
woman, you mean my wife, I assume. I will return to her, but I can't leave before we finish with these traps.
Где по температуре в квартире? У меня холодно. Ну, тут прохладно на самом деле, но я уже привык, типа, к тому, что, типа, здесь просто, типа, очень часто холодно. Тут тепло, только, типа, тут даже летом холодно. Тут, типа, тепло только в отопительный сезон, когда тут, блядь, перетапливают наоборот.
My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
Пора возвращаться.
Leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
Won't let Lena down? Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the...
И знал, что Фазмид столь важен Лене.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
На самом деле, она видела Фазмида, она об этом не рассказывала. Рассказывала.
How we first came to know one another.
Она же об этом рассказывала.
But that's her story to tell.
Интересно, что здесь в игре просто нет этих связей.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious Phasmid.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian Phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
His spirit may be willing, but his body might be too old to endure the rigors of the coast.
Уже станция отогреется, а потом позже приедете ловушки?
Oh, no, no. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the Phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
He's dead set on this.
Что если мы проверим ловушки за
I
вас?
didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
Мой метод Хаус, я чадо его.
Well, be that as it may, I'd really appreciate the help.
Где ваши
There are
ловушки?
4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouse. It's very near. Another we set in Land's
На краю
End,
земли.
to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them, you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
That seems like a lot. Do we really have time for this extracurricular venture?
Такие вдруг наши подозреваемые прячутся в стеках с
I
ловушками.
have a feeling the only people foolish enough to spend their time skulking among the reeds are these poor fools, and us. But fine, it's not like we are drowning in leads.
А что мне делать, если я найду в ловушке
Bring it
Фазмида?
to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
Что если я встречу Фазмида просто
That's
так?
highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed.
Нас на первый себя одноклассник мыло съел. Типичная
Did you
ситуация.
hear
Как?
that? Pheromones. You were right about the teenagers.
Нас ребята живут из-за Фазмида.
Oh, I doubt there is any connection there. Anyway, these pheromones will attract
Вам
the insect to
насекомые.
you, or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Should last you about a week.
Давай лей да погуще.
This is the smell of dying reeds,
Умирающий
of
тростников.
longing crumbling into the water.
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
Я готов к делу.
Which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted and in need of assistance.
Finally,
Наконец-то.
someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask.
Идем их задать.
We'll be gone once you get to it.
Ну ладно, я пошел. Так, все, соответственно, с этим мы разобрались. Вот. Сейчас мы пойдем, соответственно, к этому. Карта. С этими ребятами мы поговорим чуть-чуть попозже. Вот, сначала мы все-таки забежим к этим ребятам, но перед этим я себе сделаю немножко чая. Вот. О, бля, а вот и он.
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous.
Здравствуй.
Hello, hello. So what brings you here?
А что ты здесь делаешь?
Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer?
И скрывать одно дело.
Well, here's to you.
Скрывать еще об одном туристом, который интересовался преступлением.
Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching.
Сейчас мы с этим
I
базарим.
think he was going through the entire building, asking questions.
Я что-то ему сказал.
Nothing. That I didn't see anything.
И он тебе поверил?
Why shouldn't he?
А ты кого ему по своего
What
друга?
friend?
Воскресного свидетеля.
No, I don't think it came up.
А как он выглядел?
Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types.
Он был один?
Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece.
Передатчик?
Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones that fancy security guards sometimes wear.
Что он говорил?
Just reporting back whatever I was telling him.
Какие у него были отличительные черты?
Oh, let me think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries.
Один из тех
He
наемников.
sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese.
Жил как оранец.
Sure. Anything else on your mind?
Я пообщался с своим воскресным
You
другом.
did. And how did you like him?
Волшебный,
I told
бюрократический.
you, he can be very useful. I guess that's the charm of powerful people.
Кто
A
он?
visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return
Куда
to
вернуться?
his opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the
Ждать
village.
наши захолустья. Я пишу 1 сентября, это проект, мы с 1 сентября много плохих, связанных из худших. А 1 сентября умерла моя собака по имени Босс. Моей смерти было 18 лет, она была старше меня. Ну, не по этой причине, но как бы да. Я тоже не считаю 1 сентября как праздником, блядь, в принципе, одним из самых худших дней, даже после того, как я, как бы, блядь, больше никогда не вернусь в школу. Но, как бы, да, 1 сентября этот
Or
ужасный
is it
день.
just money? I don't know.
Кем вы двое приходите друг к другу?
Friends, I told you. Sunday friends. Friends who like to get together from time to
Если
time.
думаешь, что это значит.
That he won't be there when times get tough, I guess.
А что у него будет здесь, когда станет сложно? Такого вообще можно стать
It
другом?
is. On Sundays.
Почему он остался у тебя посреди ночи?
He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean.
Я хочу говорить о других людях, хочу говорить о тебе.
What about me, gendarme?
А, это белая проверка.
It's the sports. He's a sports guy. All about that physical prowess and athletic skill. Nothing else here.
Неудача.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Кстати, я могу Бля, эти не пришли, кстати.
Again?
Бля, мне, то есть, не поговорить с ней, получается. Рatahook, у тебя есть питомец? Не, у меня нет питомцев, к счастью. Не люблю домашних животных как концепцию, никогда ее не понимал. Бля, походу мне придется... сейчас этими фазмидами ебаными заниматься. Раз мы сюда прилетели, давайте заберем... Ну, короче, побазарим с этой, как и... с резчицей, соответственно...
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur. What better to assuage the creeping sense of failure than some frozen fat and sugar? You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a good grip. A pry bar would come in handy here. If you want to try again, Then you need to have the pry bar in your hand.
Equip the pry bar by...
Монтировку.
This orange machine is dead still.
Недостаточно надежная монтировка.
Steam churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting.
Минус 20, блядь. Погодите секунду, блядь. Даже интересно, а что если, ну я извиняюсь... Немножко... блядь, для этого мне нужно во фритте. Для этого мне нужно во фритте. Да. Так, похуярили. Ну ладно, раз мы здесь, мы в целом можем заглянуть к этому, к Эврару тогда сначала.
A small cabinet on the wall is...
Okay, here, okay, here, okay, here, okay, here, okay, here, okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes... Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
A colourful
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. Here you go, mister. Here you go, mister.
На водку, выдержанную в серости, у нас пока нет денег, блядь. Нам они еще пригодятся. Эта хуйня стоит 30 монет, блядь. Так. Бля, я хотел за чаем сходить. Ну ладно, дальше... Ну, давайте дойдем до головомера, и после этого я схожу за чаем. Мне интересно, будет с ним какой-нибудь диалог, типа после того, как мы этот квест прошли.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Не хочет со мной разговаривать. Так, ладно, сейчас я вернусь. Секундочку, за чаем скажу. Я вернулся не только с чаем, но и с едой. Это значит, можно идти к Эврару. Вот, ну сейчас, да, сейчас поговорим с Эвраром. И, наверное, после... О. И, соответственно, наверное, после Эврара тогда... уже нам нужно будет, во-первых, поговорить с этими ребятами, во-вторых, с резчицей. Вот. Да, что-то такое. И потом с Морелло по-хорошему надо будет поговорить. Но если не получится, то, бля, ну, да. О! Кстати, супер, повышаем болевой порог. Так, так, давай, побазарь с Эвраром.
Mr. Dubois, every worker...
Ну, ты винтовик, государственный машин, кроме того, выглядит прямо как я.
Okay. Why the hell not? Now, how can I help you today?
А прям еще передали ему
Most
убийство.
certainly, Harry. By all means, Harry. What's on your mind?
Я все сделал. Эврар теперь стал совсем подозрительным. Варево, подозрительное, очень подозрительное
How
варево.
could I forget your little side project?
Всё.
Well done, Harry. Well done. Don't even tell me what it was. But good job. I love it when workers take the initiative like this.
So do I. That's one tasty brew. You should drink some right now.
Уже.
The golden boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. I already knew this. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a future and proven to be a true man of the left. I can finally trust you now.
Теперь наконец могу вам
You're
доверять.
in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun. Nothing is off the table.
Никаких запретных тем нет.
Hear that? You did it the honest way. You got the real signatures, and now he's happy.
Теперь он доволен. Отличная работа.
Finally, answers. Ask away, son.
А что было написано мелким шрифтом? На документах, которые я отправил, в чем был подвох?
There was no fine print, Harry.
Всё.
But I do hope all that construction noise and limited street access encourages some people to move. After a year of that ruckus, who wouldn't?
Oops. Yes. The noise would do the trick.
Да, шум будет ужасным.
And when they do, they will have a good place to go. I'm currently working on renovating the buildings near the roundabout into affordable workers' palaces.
He proudly spreads his hands to demonstrate the size of the palaces. They're
Что
very
впечатляет.
So the village is doomed.
Ну, деревня обречена.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, there's nothing left. But mark my words, officers, we are going to reset it.
Перезагрузку.
Reset. I have big plans for Martinez, and they do not include humans living in those pig sheds on the coast. That land will be used for municipal buildings and commerce.
Бизнес-центр. О чем это вы?
Harry, imagine a youth centre supermarket church complex, employing hundreds, no, thousands of people. The coast will be lit up with enterprise and life. All those
А то есть церковь, кстати, он
ruins
хочет
are
сохранить,
low-income
интересно.
housing.
Все эти разрушенные здания превратятся в доступное
Harry,
жилье.
enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on.
А у него же церковно-торговый комплекс, думаете, я в это поверю?
Yes, I do. I got the center, I got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years, I'll get the church too. The wheels are already turning, Harry. The wheels of progress. This post-war limbo, I won't stand for it. There are kids practically playing with their own feces out there. It cannot go on.
Так не может продолжаться.
There is true indignation in his voice when he speaks about the state of things. And even
Надо взять, кстати, хлеба. Потому что этот слишком кисло.
pain is true. He's seen kids do worse than that.
Я знаю, что уже задумали.
Damn right I'm up to something, Harry. I'm gonna make the working man as rich as Joyce Messier. That's my job. Just like yours is to keep the peace.
A true flash of anger in him.
И без они в ней вспыхивает гнев. Так, реально, я возьму себе хлеб. Буквально секундочку, сейчас подойти. Отлично, эти граждане. Не, это тоже вкусно. Я ел капец. Они раньше... Так, я забрал. Так, а у меня вообще... Да, все нормально. Это вы приграли любить повешенного?
You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him dead, I would have had to do it myself. And I'm too fat for that.
Почему такой толстый?
Glad you asked. I've got type 2 diabetes because sugar and fat was all my mother had to give me and my brother Edgar when we were kids. Good job too, as it made me ugly. And ugly people, Harry, are much better at politics.
That is true. People don't trust pretty people.
Чем вам выгодна его смерть?
Why a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Чем вам выгодна война?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war.
Ну хорошо, обычная военная, же вы не боитесь за своих людей?
Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men.
Даже 50.
The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys.
Никто не любит иностранных наемников.
Mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste.
Да, их что ненавидят.
You're not an ultra-liberal, Harry. Get the fuck out of here. Don't be a retard.
А, как это связано с
Harry,
забастовкой?
there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're gonna take all of it for the people and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Поэтому не впустили
Yes.
Joyce.
It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance.
Что?
Tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying.
А зачем вы посвящаете меня в свои планы?
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want. It won't change the course of events. We have a significant head start. It's already happening.
Кто убил повешенного?
No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy, give him a big fat kiss from Everard Clare. Couldn't have done it without him.
A guy, huh?
Откуда ты знаешь, что это был мужчина?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the Union. Maybe it was the mob. Or maybe he killed himself because he was a closet socialist. Truth is, I simply don't know.
А сколько человек состоит в профсоюзе?
2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
And they're all well motivated. At least the ones you've seen.
И как вы планируете финансировать свой независимый порт?
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of
Гарри, вы
everything.
все продумали. Все?
We've been running back channel negotiations with all the major clients. I think the company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers.
Двойную
double
смену.
time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
That's drugs.
Наркотики.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsaragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities.
Wow. A neurochemical. Psychoactive labor uprising stroke hostile takeover.
А, ну это только верхушка айсберга, не так ли?
The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column.
Я содержу только строчку с большими
We're
объемами.
gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his benefit, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperazole.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsaragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
Чем могут угодить в опасные руки?
No, Harry, you've misunderstood. I have no drugs in my hands. It's all far removed from me, like some half-remembered dream. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbour's turnover, just like the harbour is, but a small part of Martinez.
Торговля есть или нет? Продолжайте.
Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks and steel welders who want to weld steel.
Так, нужно.
I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's
Kingdom
gonna
Come.
be in on the wealth, and everyone's gonna pull their weight.
Let's keep focusing on the drug trade. He was almost admitting to it.
No, Harry. That's boring.
Скучно, вопрос закрыт.
Alright, it's gone. The hypothetical raw materials trade is off the table. It's such a small and insignificant slice of revenue, I'm cutting it.
Но от нее можно отказаться.
Boys, Harry felt queasy about it. We're not doing it. Can we talk about my beautiful incorporated Martinez and its many-sided business ventures now? This bold new vision of incorporated socialism I'm offering?
То, что укрываться мне нравится. Не очень ты по-ревашольски.
Harry, the future I have in store for Martinez will have all the macho aesthetics you love so much. The crowns, the guns. I will even slip in a skull and bones for you, my friend.
Гениально. Так, кстати, после разговора с Эвраром мы ж куда? Крещутся.
Oh yeah, skull and bones. Skull and bones on the Revacholian flag. The Revacholian Death Squad. Oh yeah, the visual image has completely bedazzled you. You're 100% with Everard now.
А могу ли я спросить вас о конкретных членах профсоюза?
Specific union members now. This is the big time. We're talking about the future of Revachol here,
Еще это
Harry.
будущее Ревашоля.
Don't bother Leonid with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry.
In big-time mode.
There's something different about him now. He's more vibrant, more alive in his big-time mode.
Могу я получить свой пистолет?
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me. But it had to be done.
Ладно, и где
An
он?
old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character. So watch out.
Будьте осторожны.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as...
Значит, пистолет все еще у женщины, которая выкупила его у Роя.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway.
Union Boy's gonna help you fix it. He winks at you. Don't worry, Harry.
Не волнуйся, Гарри.
The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
Waving the gun around doesn't sound good. None of this does.
Она размахивает, направив на людей.
As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt.
Никто не пострадал.
It sounds like a very disturbed and desperate individual. Unstable is good, actually. She will be easier to disarm. No, wait.
На самом деле тут сплошные минусы.
Unstable is pretty bad.
Чего? Погодите. Успешные пассивные проверки координации. Координация. Сложный успех. Ебать, так вот как это работает. Я уже охуел. А кто эта старушка?
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
There it is again. The pigs.
Как Рой говорил.
Not.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a
Вы самокритику довольно необычный.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
Можете организовать нашу
I
встречу.
already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast, the one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything dangerous, but you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
Чем-то более жизнерадостным.
There, from 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
Она будет там, с 22 до 2.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Martinez and Jamrock today. We have
РГМ и
united the
профсоюз
RCM
дебардеров.
and the Barders Union. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
Рофлс, конечно. Жалко, что, кстати, например, вот отсюда телепортироваться нельзя. Это была самая, наверное, большая ошибка, которую совершили разработчики. Мне кажется, телепортироваться прямо вот к Эврару, это было бы удобно. Для сбора дождевой воды. Так. Давайте понадеемся, что эти ребята уже туда пришли. Если нет, то с этими поговорим снизу. Ну или с резчицей камней этих.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
Я встретил на берегу вашего мужа.
Goodness. How is he? Did he say why he hasn't returned yet?
He's fine, ma'am. As we had suspected, he couldn't get back earlier because the water lock on the canal was broken. Now he's just finishing up some work.
Oh, yes. That's my Morel. He's bound to catch a cold staying out there for so long. But I am so relieved to hear that he's okay. Thank you for putting an old woman's heart at ease, if even a little.
Так, бля, я даже не знаю. Даже не знаю, что и подумать. Так, есть ли что-то прям крутое? Ладно, давайте я пока не буду.
There are dangers out there. Our aging body's foul. Her heart won't rest until Morel is safely back with her.
А вы не говорили мне, что видели Фазмида?
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Это мне правда интересно.
The lieutenant read his familiar notebook.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember.
А где это пришло, сколько вам было лет?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
She'd just started forming memories. Real memories. Not the billowy haze of infanthood.
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it.
Я никогда не видел ничего подобного.
Just surprise.
Удивилась.
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
Ну, пошли следом.
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there, knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Where did you go? Don't go.
А потом?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel. We were on our first date when I told him my story. You should have seen his face. He said my descriptions matched the phasmid down to a T. Its white marble limbs, the way it moved.
So that's how they met. This is beyond.
Это для них исключительно важно.
Our first, yes.
Его белые конечности.
Not all of them, as far as I remember. Some of them on the inside, like stalks of marble, if that makes sense.
Он был большим.
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
Лена, а может быть, от вам он просто померещился?
Of course. I thought about it. But Morel says my report matches with the others. And I'm sure I hadn't heard of the phasmid as a child. Nor had my mother or my grandmother. So how did I know what to imagine? It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, Lena, you trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here. They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw it.
Ким, что
I
скажешь?
thought it was a wonderful story, man.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them.
Спасибо, что поделились.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an...
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own.
Да, что-то с Морелло, блять, Морелло не торопится возвращаться. Так, помимо того, что нам нужно будет сбегать после 22 к мусорке, и, соответственно... Ну да, давайте к речице игральных костей тогда сначала. А что у меня вообще здесь? Ну да, тут все вот эти вот синие и желтые проверки. Энциклопедия, зеркало. Опасно, легендарно. Фишка на балконе. Машина для производства мороженого. А, точно, точно. Так вот. Сейчас будем пытаться открывать. Какая же, блядь, неудобная хуйня. А! О, нормально.
This orange machine, you slip your finger if you...
Equip the pry bar.
Бля, точно. Монтировка. И меч, конечно.
This orange machine is dead still.
Чего?
It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and...
Почему у меня, типа...
The ice around it slowly melting.
Типа, рискованно 15. Минус 20. Ну, погодите, блядь. Если моя... Так, блядь. Математика. 13. Плюс 2. Плюс 1. Минус 20. Минус 4. Бля. Короче, я вернусь к бэкапу, потому что я зря все это, блядь, пил. Потому что нам не хватает грубой силы, блядь. Мы можем попробовать это открыть раньше. Типа, мне кажется, это супер смешно будет. Когда ролик? К сожалению, не знаю. На Бусти скоро выйдет финальная часть этой. Да, короче, ну, типа, ну, последняя часть, соответственно, песни Саи выйдет в ближайшем будущем. На этом. На Бусти. Так что подписывайтесь. А видос в плане видео по Deus Ex, то пока не знаю, к сожалению. Сейчас будем пытаться наролять. В прошлый раз нам повезло, и типа где-то ролла с 5-го выпал крит. Не факт, что нам повезет сейчас. Не знаю, я хочу попробовать вот это пройти. Мне интересно, что будет, если я изначально принесу этой женщине, типа, ну, нужную и, соответственно, эту, блядь, нужную ей хуйню. Мне кажется, будет супер смешно. Типа, возможно ли ее так открыть?
This orange machine is the ice.
Пока что мне кидается шестерки в основном. Шестерка, это, к сожалению, далеко от 12.
This orange machine is dead. The ice. This orange machine is dead still. The ice squeaks.
Бля, 2 кола было. Кстати, интересно, реально, насколько часто падает критическая неудача.
This orange machine is dead. The ice.
Бля, это, кстати, удивительно, потому что вот здесь мне уже который раз падает 2-4. Ощущение, как будто это скриптованное. Хотя, бля, не... Справедливости ради, типа, как, даже вот, ну, на этом бункере мне выпадало крит. Бля, опять 2-3. Это... А вот это реально выглядит как заскриптованная хуйня, кстати.
This orange machine is dead. The ice.
Ну вот давайте до 14 минут попробуем это пролять. Если не получится, то похуй, забьем.
This orange machine.
Я хочу, блядь, попробовать.
This orange machine is dead. The ice.
Пока что все плохо.
This orange machine is dead. The ice.
Пока что даже не близко. Мне не хотят выпадать большие числа, кстати, ради.
This orange machine is the ice.
Да.
This orange machine is the ice. This orange machine is the ice squeak.
Окей, хотя бы лезут новые числа, это уже хорошо. Это значит, что это вроде как не скриптованная проверка. Хотя до этого мне так именно казалось, потому что мне 3 раза подряд выпало одно и то же число. Бля. 6-5. 6-5.
This orange machine is dead still. The ice squeaks, you see.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not
Но я хочу ее открыть, блядь. Дайте мне мой критический успех.
This orange machine is dead. The ice.
2 пятеры, ну давайте, блядь. Давай, пожалуйста. Прокни. Родимый, блядь.
This orange machine is the ice squeak. This orange machine is the ice.
Что-то опять ни хера не получается.
This orange machine is the ice.
Да.
This orange machine is the ice.
Окей, уже 3 минуты роляем, блядь. Ну окей, на самом деле урок с контейнером научил меня терпению, блядь. Контейнер мы таки открыли, напоминаю.
This orange machine is the ice.
Да.
This orange machine is the ice.
Да.
This orange machine is the ice.
Бля, а вот теперь у меня снова ощущение, что это скриптованная проверка, потому что мне уже который раз выпало 3-1. Именно в таком порядке.
This orange machine is the ice.
Я же не могу отступить, я уже потратил на это 4 минуты, понимаете?
This orange.
Блять.
This orange machine is the ice.
Что-то не прокает, короче, нихуя.
This orange machine is the ice.
Опять нихуя не получается.
This orange machine is the ice.
Ну, давай, блядь. Я хочу проверить, будет ли какой-нибудь уникальный этот, блядь, диалог, если я ей принесу этот, блядь, куб заранее.
This orange machine is the ice squeaks.
Опять 2-1. Это выглядит очень подозрительно. Мне, блядь, не нравится то, куда это идет.
This orange machine is the ice squeaks.
Окей, что-то новенькое.
This orange machine is the ice.
Да. Уже половина времени, блядь, выделенная мной на попытку это открыть, прошла. Между прочим.
This orange machine is the ice. This orange machine is the ice.
Ой, блядь.
This orange machine is the ice.
Да. Не везет нам что-то, ребята, блядь. Не везет сегодня. С тем бункером получилось лучше.
This orange machine is the ice.
Уже вторая критическая неудача. Напоминаю, в ситуации с ящиком критические неудачи у нас было 3, перед тем, как нам выпал первый критический успех. О! Бля, чего? Эх, блядь. Что ж такое? Смотрите, не работает.
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen shut. It takes an advantage. I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to requisition a special tool.
Sooner or later, you will stumble up.
Бля, кринж. Успех прокнул, но успеха не было. Короче, мне... Вот такие моменты я не люблю, блядь. Когда разраб поставляет, блядь, возможности для критов, а потом такой, блядь, а хуй тебе. Ratahook, сколько раз было, когда ты хотел дропнуть канал? Нисколько раз этого не было. У меня никогда не было желания дропнуть канал. Не помню ни единого такой, типа, я просто не могу вспомнить такой ни единой ситуации. У меня, типа, никогда не было желания дропнуть канал, типа. Как бы, ну, типа, у меня были, как бы, ну, типа, разные мысли там насчет того, чтобы изменить полностью формат, или вот я сейчас перешел на стримы вместо видосов, но желания дропнуть канал у меня не было никогда, типа. Это супер важная часть моей жизни, типа, это, ну, я занимаюсь созданием видосов с... Окей, созданием видосов я занимаюсь лет с 5 или с 6. Канал на ютубе я веду лет с 8, наверное, но это был еще старый YouTube канал, который сейчас потерян. Ну, я сначала от него потерял пароли, а потом вернул, но, типа, в целом сам канал заброшен, и большинство видео на нем, типа, с него, к сожалению, тоже утеряно. Вот, поэтому, короче, да. Никогда не было желания дропнуть канал, типа, это вот, по сути, моя жизнь и есть, как бы, как я могу его дропнуть.
Oh, it's you again.
Я пришел, чтобы забрать игральную кость.
That will be 7 real for one custom die. Here's the cursed die you ordered.
Почитать надписи.
The phrases read, God is indifferent. Take all. Lose all. 50-50. Nothing happens. And pale.
Что это?
It's a die. Try rolling it.
Бросить проклятую игральную кость.
You throw the ball on the floor, and it ends with one of the phrases facing upwards. God is indifferent.
Кот безучастен.
Good. Now roll again, detective.
Брось кость снова.
It lands on exactly the same result. God is indifferent.
It's a sphere pretending to be a
Притворяет шестигранной костью.
Each roll will end with one of the phrases facing up. The die originates in Ilmara, where it was used for cleromancy. Except I've weighted the die.
Специальный
When you
грузик.
try rolling it, you realize that each time it gets you exactly the same result. God is indifferent. This
Спасибо,
is good
беру.
luck, officer.
Какая охуенная кость. Проклятая ильдемарадская игральная кость. Значит, тебе это нравится. Если нравится, значит, 100% добьешься успеха. Не всегда, не всегда. Как бы тут, конечно, что называется, чем измерить успех, но пока что успех очень небольшой, я бы это так назвал. У меня есть какие-то, типа, постоянные зрители, есть зрители, которые периодически приходят и уходят, но в целом, как бы, канал развивается супер медленно. Вот, типа. Хотя, на самом деле, полноценно заниматься каналом, ну, типа, чтобы его, ну, типа, я... Типа, ну, в детстве снимал, на самом деле, полную хуйню, абсолютно несмотрибельную, поэтому, как бы, вот. Сейчас, как бы, в целом, ну, мне, по крайней мере, нравится, чем я занимаюсь, хотя бы. Вот. Поэтому, да. Уж не знаю, как бы, будет ли какой-нибудь успех, даже, там, небольшой, но, короче, да. Надеемся и верим. Ставьте лайки, блядь, чтобы этот рекомендовался этот, блядь, видос. Жесткие мотокарета.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
Seriously?
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis.
С привязкой к реальности.
Man, if we were certified skulls right now.
Was it a good idea on the lieutenant's part to get into this? Don't even answer that. Just leave. You can always come back later, on your own terms.
Кто вы такие?
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and on the contrary.
Совсем наоборот.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls yet.
Yet.
These skull people are more than an authority. They're deities.
Такие черепа.
You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
С какой стороны стоит на успех? Не успех, когда ты мог дойти до этапа, когда тебе все нравится, когда ты живешь, как консерватор, чем ты занимаешься. Мне нравится только то, чем я занимаюсь. Вот. Хочу я жить там, где тепло, блядь. Хочется жары. Ярославль, конечно, неплохой город, но я, вероятно, отсюда точно перееду. Это 99,9%. Да, типа, тут прикольно, вот, это неплохой город, чтобы пожить здесь пару лет, но это точно не место, где я бы хотел остаться, вот. Хотя, если в контексте города, то место, в котором я живу, очень неплохое, я очень рад, что мы нашли настолько охуенную, типа, квартиру, с настолько охуенным расположением, блядь, я не представляю, что можно было лучше бы придумать, вот. Ну, как бы, деньгами я супер недоволен. Дайте денег! Да, подписывайтесь на Бусти, чтобы поддержать меня, и чтобы я был больше доволен своим заработком. Вот. Я так рад, что ты спросил.
The question was rhetorical. The skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying a word.
The lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual, a testament to the violence and death he's witnessed through the sight of his firearm.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive.
Знаете, увидите, когда здесь произошло? А на дворе танцев в трепе повесили человека.
Sure, we'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man.
Also, he was hanged.
Не води меня, закон.
He was hanged from a tree.
Yeah, I mean...
These punks don't know anything.
Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything?
Что это значит?
Fucking philosophy, man. You can do aggressive shit with philosophy. Justify shit.
Я только сейчас заметил, у меня игру пережали. Да, да. К счастью, да, как минимум на Твиче существует... Короче, на Твиче правило не распространяется на стриминг, короче, на игровой контент. Потому что, скажем так, есть очень много игр, которые супер популярные. И, скажем так, вот, с которыми как бы могут быть проблемы. Поэтому, как бы, да, сколько времени тебе потребуется на прохождение террарии на все достижения? Я не прошел террарию на все достижения, я не получил ни... Ну, типа, я получил все достижения, кроме достижения рыбака, а потом вышли еще новые достижения, короче, всякое такое. 73 часа, если не ошибаюсь. Вот. Ну, у меня в террарии 73 часа. Это вот, чтобы получить все достижения, кроме достижений рыбака.
Like murder or wasting your life away.
Синий череп, знаете такую парня?
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah, a true artist of the future, just like Arno van Eyck.
Arno van Eyck.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
Odd, there isn't a hint of hate in them. It's like they're piss and fuck the world out of some kind of moral obligation. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
Кто такой Ван Эйк?
Old man, it doesn't matter. You'll be long gone before his greatness is recognized.
A young woman kneels on a sheet of ice, as if looking for something lost ages ago. She bends until her right ear touches the frozen.
О, это, короче, про девушку, которая у церкви сидит. Ты же хочешь сказать, что я старик?
Yep, old as fuck.
Пиздец старый.
Yeah, man. It's like at death's door.
На кладбище уже прогулы ставят.
You won't be there.
А почему в Мартинезе больше нет черепов?
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Apart from the Union.
Кроме своего профсоюза, конечно.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit.
Yeah, we are.
Совсем запутался, так вы из черепов или
They're
нет?
not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them.
Еще вы решили, что они вас
Because
возьмут.
we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
Ah, you'll see for sure once we're in. It's the last thing you'll ever see before the void consumes you.
You don't feel very scared.
Мне кажется, мне какая-то опасность. Дверь череп бы такое сказал.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're only saying practice things for now, so we don't mean no harm to the Skulls brand, or to you.
This is definitely something the Skulls would say, but we're not trying to encroach on the Skulls brand in any way. On the
Маркетинговое
contrary,
продвижение.
we're just here to market it.
Чем бать безумников маркетинговое продвижение.
We think of it more like two franchises merging. You know, us two and the Skulls. I really feel like we would add more to the table.
Если запрещенные игры, то вроде игры содержат 17+ контент, демократический характер. Не, настолько, да, но типа, скажем так, есть отличное мерило того, что точно разрешено. Есть такая замечательная игра, называется GTA 5. Вот, скажем так, там очень много контента, блядь, которая, вот ты бы мог подумать, то, что на Твиче стримить нельзя, но это можно стримить на Твиче. И это очень хорошее мерило того, то, что стримить на Твиче тоже можно. Вот.
Spice things up here in Martinez, you know. Get the old machine of pain and suffering oiled up real good.
What would these guys have to offer any organization?
Можете предложить молодежную безработицу.
Whatever, man. Work is for pussies. You wouldn't get it anyway.
Я только притворяюсь такими жесткими, как черепа.
Hey, we could be just as hard. Like pavement on top of pavement. Or a brick on top of another brick.
Or a grave on top of a grave.
Поэтому об этих черепах. Что у вас за куртки?
What about them?
Вчера на куртке написано
Well, first off,
осуждаем.
it's a statement and not
Манифест.
necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences.
Охуенно.
Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message.
Чё?
What I mean by this is, we are all pissed, and that the world is inherently meaningless.
Гениально.
That much is true.
Это верно, немыслимо успех.
Like I said before,
Все на этой куртке написано «Нахуй мир».
for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it. To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything.
Взрывай.
You get more fish in a shorter time. And for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking someone. Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious.
Feels
Sticking your
glorious.
dick into the void.
Is it a coincidence that here we have 2 badass jackets and 2 badass cops?
Слушай, Ким.
Yes?
Думаешь, это совпадение? Нас двое, курток две.
What are you implying?
Какую бы ты носил?
I'm not sure I understand you, detective.
Какая куртка тебе больше подходит?
Neither.
Давайте, Ким, это же просто мысленный эксперимент.
If only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace is the stronger of the two statements.
Замечательно, потому что мне как раз больше подходит нахуй мир.
Seems about right, especially considering your...
Героические попытки его покинуть.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
Попросить курт для себя лейтенанта.
No, no, no. Don't ask anything. Be subtle and scary. The boys dream about being skulls. Use that.
Но как?
Suggest they're massive skulls. Come on.
Я вот скажу, с такими куртками вы, если успеете, станете королями черепов.
No! Skulls don't have kings. I think. And we're not even in yet.
In yet.
Yeah, man, keep your voice down. Skulls don't take it lightly when folks pretend to be them. We're not even prospects yet.
Ты даже не сразу уже метите в короли.
Wow, you boys are ambitious. Only prospects and already planning a coup in the skulls. You're destined to go far.
Destined to go far.
Gets it. Passive-aggressive flattery.
Сечет фишку.
Shut the fuck up. Are you trying to get us killed?
Now bring it to the jackets and, yes, start shouting.
Да, вы даже крутые черепами перцами. Как вы, парни, но у вас нет крутых курток.
Please be quiet. What? What do you want? The jackets?
You got it. No need for cruelty.
Это было бы невежливо.
Man. Okay. I get it. Skulls don't really wear slogans anyway. This was stupid.
Fuck.
The lieutenant watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement.
Если говоришь, что, типа, эта куртка, я возьму
I'm
другую.
absolutely okay with not having either one, thank you.
Вообще, они же парные, могли бы здорово отжечь или глубоко уйти в подполье.
This case doesn't require us to go undercover or raise hell. In fact, I don't think the jackets will be useful at all. I just wanted them.
Просто хотел, чтобы у них этих курток не было.
Cold-hearted cop.
Все равно хорошо, у нас есть пара, на всякий
The
случай.
need will not arise.
Будет такого случая.
Oh, the need will arise. Here's how we'll do it.
Сделаем вот как.
As soon as this conversation is done, you put on the fuck the world jacket. We'll take it from there.
Дальше
I don't
разберемся.
know, Eric. It's cold out.
Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us.
Копы нас наебали. Бля, с этой курткой есть небольшая проблема. Она типа, ну, Мы не получаем бафы к трепету и полицейской волне. Очень большая проблема, понимаете? Понимаете? Вот, блядь. Нам придется потратить... Нам придется тратить, типа... На, соответственно, на трепет и полицейскую волну дополнительные поинты. Вот. Я даже не знаю. Это слишком полезные, типа, навыки, чтобы их игнорировать. Вот в чем проблема. Бля. Я даже не знаю. Честно, я хз. Потому что плащ патрульного РГМ, он слишком хорош для текущего билда. У нас слишком там красивые вот эти вот статы получаются. Понимаете, в чем проблема? Да. Нам придется потратить 2 дополнительных уровня из-за этой хуйни. Вот в чем еще, блядь, проблемка. Эх, блядь. Пиздец.
Good. Step 1 complete. Now, let the lieutenant feast his eyes on the fruits of the tree of cool.
Жизнь перед Кимом.
Yes, you're really showing off that aggressive slogan there.
You've got to work your way into this thing. The subtle way. Wind him up a little. Don't immediately go for the kill.
Мы с тобой были товарищи из ревна, но у меня куртка нахуй мир, а у тебя это старая, понимаешь? Визуальный ряд теперь не складывается.
Detective, what are you talking about?
Plow ahead. Don't let him slow you down.
К счастью, я придержал эту заебатейшую куртку с надписью «Эвон, как жизнь поворачивается».
This is one of those times where you're just going to keep talking no matter what I say, isn't it?
Представь себе пару кого, что знают друг друга лишь пару дней, но до того верны другу, что... до того тесна между ними связь, что они давают эти 2 куртки. Скажи, Ким, какая вероятность, что после всего, что с ними было, они смогут раскрыть дело в этих 2 куртках?
A long moment passes as the lieutenant considers his words.
The odds are very high, officer. It's situations like these that make me afraid I'll end up being the cretin cop with pistol on his back. I'm afraid the RCM is going to have our asses for this.
РГМ дело не раскроет, Ким, раскроем его мы с тобой вдвоем.
With a look of utter disbelief, the lieutenant slips into the jacket. Now he's become the piss. There's no stopping you now.
Взри нас, Ким, это наш истинный облик.
The cool factor might hit me later. Right now, it feels like a joke gone too far.
Саны и нахуй идут на дело от винта.
That's what I'm afraid of. We better solve this thing fast. Let's be clear about one thing. The first chance I get, this thing's coming off. And that will be it. No take-backs, no follow-up conversations. That's it. Do you understand?
Понятно выражаюсь.
He means it. The moment your jacket comes off, so does his. That means you're probably going to have to keep fucking the world till the end of day.
Этот часик дреманул, 10 не против. Буду ждать.
Alright, fuck. Time to solve a murder. As counterintuitive as it might seem in these jackets. Let's go.
Бля, мне кажется, мне теперь нужно, блядь, дополнить мой, нахуй, внешний вид, конечно. Бля, это, конечно... Как же мы ебейше выглядим, блядь. У нас сумрак всего 7. У нас, блядь, теперь не бьются статы, короче. Не, я, наверное, оставлю вот эти вот охуенные, блядь, штаны ебаные. Вот раз мы пока в этой куртке, короче, да, давайте качнем наши эти. Ебать. Ну все, короче, база. Пока что походим в этих охуевших куртках. Придется немножко апнуть. Апнуть, конечно. Наши статы, блядь. Заметно так апнуть. Потратить 2 лишних левела на это. Здесь мне хватит. Потому что мне как минимум нужно апнуть Police Wave. Ну, типа трепет я могу повышать. Но вот Police Wave мне нужна 12-я. Так. Заберите пирог у Гэри. Так. Так, погодите секунду. Мне к церкви, получается. Не знаю, на самом деле, стоит ли этот энкаунтер с куртками, который ничего не дает того, чтобы, блядь, терять так много драгоценных поинтов.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same. The reeds shake sadly in the coastal breeze, weighed down by rain. They seem to be waiting for something. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold for this time of year. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
Че, если он окажется в первой же ловушке? Не надеялись. Так. Так, погнали. Ха-ха-ха-ха, блядь. Окей, мне определенно нужно еще 2 поинта, блядь, для того, чтобы вкинуть их в трепет и в это. Но вообще все окей, сейчас мы, наверное, еще вот сюда сходим. О, все, эти челы ушли, кстати, база.
This is the trap. The reeds by the abandoned. The later it gets, the colder. Remnants of the camp can still be seen in the sand. The fire that's gone out.
Взять ловушку.
Is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
Another empty trap.
Если нравится, следующий нам точно повезет.
The next one has a crab trapped in it. These are just crab traps, you do realize.
This is just crab traps, блять. Так. Так, здесь мы вроде все проверили, да? А, не, нихуя, кстати. А, нихуя, тут прям дома какие-то целые. Тут типа Unironic ли кто-то живет даже. Чего? Тут можно прям куда-то зайти. О, это, кстати, одна из лучших... для прошлого прохождения это была галстук, который я носил в весь эндгейм, потому что он хорош. Но сейчас у нас немножко, блядь... Нам, короче, мы используем много другой галстук для немного других причин. Так, здесь мы, кстати, тоже не были, что интересно. О, еще немного копеек. Так, ну здесь что дальше не пройти. О.
This trap's not too hard to spot, once you know what to look for. Keeping it hidden has not been a priority for the cryptozoologist. The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. Some tufts have been crushed. The broken stalks seem like a rebuke. The sound of the city hums in the east. The constant, distant song, louder on this part of the coast, nearer somewhere. And there's that cold again. All nothing but locusts in this trap as well. Definitely no cryptozoological monstrosity.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done.
Только что не ждал обнаружить ловушники криптозоологических тварей.
Noted.
Так, рядом служит станции к западу от здания Фельд. О, нихуя, тут есть подсказки, блядь. И когда этот... Так, давай, беги к этой... К западу от здания Фель.
You see that seagull up there? Remind you of anybody?
Kima?
What? Kim? No, it's you. You and the seagull are just alike.
Чем похож на чайку?
Think about the seagull's story. It's one of endurance and adaptation. The seaside was paradise once. They were birds of that paradise. Then their paradise became shit city. And what did they do? They became urban survivors, eating burgers out of trash cans, killing and eating pigeons. No time for that sentimental bullshit. They're hustlers, getting shit done. They're one pair of track pants away from gangsters, just like you.
Пожалуй, и правда похож на чайку.
The seagull does what it takes, and so do you. You've got that same spirit in you. When the time comes, you push yourself.
Гениально. Здесь можно было бы получить ачивку, если бы у нас желтые навыки были нормальны. Так, с этими мы поговорим позже.
Barely holding it up.
Опрокинутый известчик.
Icy snow with a soft thunk.
Так, погодите. Рядом с лодочной станцией. Это типа, блядь, где? Я не очень понимаю, что от меня хотят. К западу от Фельда... Подождите. Погодите. К западу от Фельдеректрикал. Реально, к западу от здания Фельд. Это, скорее всего, куда-то сюда, да.
It takes you. The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something is different here. No locust.
Пусто.
Your voice echoes on the coast, carried by a gust of cold wind.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there. I just see an empty trap.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something.
Такое чувство, будто с ловушкой ждет нахимичил.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not.
Если это был Фазмит, вдруг он срал приманку и улизнул.
Right. Anyway, that's for the cryptozoologists to figure out now. We're not cryptozoologists. We're cops.
A cold gust of air dries your sweaty face, and you look to the dark shadow of the felled building in the distance, drawing you to it. What a strange sensation. Once this is done, should you ask the wind again?
Оглядеться.
Behind you, a ruined residential building looms over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. They rustle confidentially, in tune with the pitter-patter of the rain. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide. Now only the wind blows.
Теперь лишь ветер дует. Опа. Так. Ну, нам, по сути, остаются только интеракции с ребятами в этой. У церкви и внутри нее. Вот. Из местных, соответственно. Вот. Так. Кстати, да. Интересно, что там с караоке? Так. Я просто уже не помню, как оно выполняется. Ща, погодите. На юго-западе, рядом с разрушенным домом. Так, погодите секунду, блядь. На юго-западе, рядом с разрушенным домом, блядь. Никакую катушку я не находил. Давай, блядь, беги. На юго-западе. Погодите, на юго-западе. Рядом с разрушенным домом на юго-западе. Это не выглядит как юго-запад, блядь. О, да, блядь.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere. Yet someone used to live here, laugh here. Thought it was a good idea to build a swing, even.
А что здесь произошло?
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur. For cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago.
Что блок обскур?
A black block. A part of the city left unrenovated after the war. Or one that has fallen to gang violence. Or has become inhospitable in some
То есть это сейчас побережье блок обскур.
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house.
По крайней мере, осталась какая старая музыка.
Yes, and you picked it up because you're a post-apocalyptic scavenger who collects trash and magnesium blisters.
It's not meant as nagging, just an observation.
We should move. I don't think our suspect is in this particular yard.
Окей, давайте ускоряемся. Да, у меня желание эту куртку снять, потому что, типа, бля, мы уже не ходили, типа, от этого толку, ну, на самом деле, мало. Короче, похуй, если честно. Ну, бля.
Yes?
Ну все, смех хватит.
Yes?
Ну, короче, да, типа, учитывая то, что мы не идем по линии Кима, я думаю, похуй, короче. А мне навыки дороже. Не хочется в них сильно вкладываться, короче, буду гонять в этой куртке, блядь. К тому же мы уже знаем, что эти куртки забагованные. И как только короче, на следующее утро она все равно пропадет один хуй.
Boy, am I ever so grateful to you, officer. But I'm not the only one who wants to thank you.
Тогда поговорю с ней.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
Вы прям эпичный забег на дистанции. А просто сказать поговорил по основному делу.
I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie. Mexican origin. The pin is an antique. Quite special.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian.
Это на самом деле штука, которая могла бы нам пригодиться, если бы не одно но, блядь. А нам, к сожалению, нужен галстук.
Very generous of you to help us out, officer. I'm sure glad to be back from that little excursion. I mean, officers.
А ты что насчет того пирога?
I thought you'd forgotten. I happen to have one on me right now. It should still be warm.
А с чем он?
meatless bacon, avocado, glazed figs, basil, and tiny chunks of pineapple, seasoned with lime zest, freshly ground pepper, and just a pinch of paprika for the officer.
Уже чувствую вкус.
Enjoy. It's the least I can do for an officer. And a union man, too.
Пирог делюкс, блядь.
The super fancy topping pie is waiting for you to dig in. Eating this pie will almost certainly make you less of a man. What were you thinking? Agreeing to take a wheat-free, meat-free pie from that sleazy bastard?
Эй, Ким, разделим этот пирог пополам. Чего здесь со мной еду, Ким?
Don't take it personally.
Я его кусочек, для меня одного слишком много, если оставить часть на потом, он просто остынет и развалится.
About it for a moment, then gingerly picks up a slice and starts chewing on it, thoughtfully.
Спасибо, напарник.
That wasn't terrible. Well, shall we?
Безглютеновый пирог, больше на углеводы не налегай. Достижение безглютеновый пирог получен.
Always a pleasure. I mean...
I couldn't possibly shower thanks on you as enthusiastically as my wife has, but I am grateful for your assistance, officer.
Окей, с пирогом мы разобрались. Вечером нужно будет к мусорке. Вот. Ну и, соответственно, на самом деле это... Можно сказать, что все. Можно сказать, что все. Вот. Вот. Там дальше будет связанный с Куна, получается, ну, короче, задача с ловушками. И потом мы пойдем уже в церковь тогда. Потому что больше вроде ничего не осталось, только церковь реально.
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
В общем, я проверю все ловушки.
Okay.
Одна из них была пустой.
Completely empty?
Surprise, tempered with fear and trepidation. He doesn't know what to think yet.
Да, в ловушке ничего не было, ни саранчи, ни фазмида.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal,
Не
but...
идеально, но...
It just means the Insulindian phasmid is
Даже
even
умнее,
more
чем мы
clever than we
думали.
thought.
Of course, more clever.
You're dealing with a subject near and dear to their hearts. It might behove you to tread.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the
Собрал саранчу и улизнул.
This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps. Make them more secure.
Сделать их надежнее.
Another trip to the reeds.
А что, отбросьте все возможные альтернативные объяснения.
Wait, Morel. He may have a point. We have an obligation to rule out other hypotheses.
You're right, dear. It's a fair
Резонная
point.
мысль.
But what other explanation could there be? Pardon me. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société CryptoZoologique is yours.
Получено опыта.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure?
Что все-таки произошло?
Happened.
Thank you, it's an honor. We should probably return to our main investigation here. This has been refreshing, but...
Helping cryptozoologists isn't really a priority for our organization, is it? The lieutenant looks out the window.
Выработать альтернативную гипотезу.
Consider the way the empty trap was disturbed, as though shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too.
Ну, я знаю паренька из тех, что ворует саранчу.
What would a child want with bags?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
Потолкуй с мелким троглодитом, вдруг что узнаю.
Delinquents, my favorite.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
Really, Gary?
Мы же продвигаемся.
Getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it, even if it's bugs. Morel, it's been fun, really, but I need a bath and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
No need to apologize, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though. We're gonna follow this through.
Его нужно довести до конца.
The first man to break formation is always equal to leadership. This is bigger than he lets on.
Так, и нужно поговорить с этим челом по поводу караоке.
Hey, was there something you needed?
Well. Bringing him that new bird sure made a difference in his...
Ну, птица явно изменила им отношения.
Another thing. Great. Yes?
А, бля, нужно сначала исследовать.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. You press the large button marked Commencer, and the tape starts spinning. There's a small delay before the song starts playing.
Прижать ухо к динамику.
It sounds like someone's moving in the room, getting comfortable. Then the organ starts playing a simple, melancholic tune, echoing in the hallway. A lone singing voice joins in, telling you about the tiniest church in Cessons, surrounded by even tinier yard. You almost feel the seaside mist on your skin. It's mega sad.
Mega sad.
Within seconds you know, this is the one. The real shit you've been looking for. The one you trust your room to that Klasia told you about. Perform it. A click, then silence for a bit. Then the tape stops spinning.
Могу ли спеть это под караоке? Думаю, смогу.
Of course you could sing this. You could take sad.
Вывести печаль на новый уровень.
And you already know the lyrics since you've listened to it like a million times.
Ты уже знаешь слова.
And the B-side of the tape contains the instrumental version. It's like the world itself is telling you to do it. Only one obstacle stands on your way.
Меня уже ничто не остановит.
You have to convince Gart to let you sing karaoke in the whirling. After you've won him over, you can express yourself. Let the pain out. Make everyone understand. The lieutenant watches you pack up the boombox. He doesn't say anything.
Что-то я, блядь, забыл тут записать, кажется. Ладно. Привет, Гард. Гард, можешь петь под караоке.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man.
Да, но господин полицейский готов порвать зал чтейших хандрой.
Doesn't need more sad style. That's one of the styles it can do without right now.
Это вообще громкой связи сей никто не пользуется.
It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use it after the great karaoke catastrophe of 44.
А, не бутафорская, на клиентов, знаешь, аж случилось в 44-м.
People got killed because some arsehole wanted to sing karaoke.
Она не бутафорская, она для клиентов, и знаешь, что она работает.
Okay, yes, it's for some clients.
Я постоянный клиент, я платил счета и имею право сводиться караоке.
Well, we don't have any tapes. They all got...
Не беда, моя кассета при мне.
The man in the vest and the violet shirt stares at the tape you've just given him. He begins to frown. Hard. This is the look of a man who's defeated.
Потерпевший поражение.
Fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing. Just get out of my hair.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself.
Отключи ее нахрен.
Oh yeah. Time to do the damage. The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
Кинь, гляди, я сейчас спою под караоке.
I can see that.
Или к микрофону протестировать.
Immediately, a loud feedback noise startles the room. You feel like an amateur. How are you supposed to hold the mic? Should you just sing into it? Where should you stand? Does someone feel like throwing up? I do. A little. There are some people out there, but mostly a post-meridian slumber has fallen on the premise. Not super lively. It would be wiser to perform in the evening, no? But the choice is yours. Yes, you can always do it in the evening. It will be less scary with a lot of people.
Думаете, вечером? Хотя не, мне просто лень возвращаться, на самом деле. Мы уже делали, короче, успешную хуйню. Давайте попробуем провалить. Почти кританул, кстати.
The tape clicks into the carousel, and then the music starts. God, a lump's in your throat suddenly.
I would often go there to the tiny church there, the smallest church in San.
Эта хуйня, кстати, говорит голосом галстука.
Now it once was larger. How the real may rest there, down through the mist there, towards the seven sisters, towards those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there in the tiny yard there. I have been so glad here, looking forward to the past year. But now you're all alone. None of this matters. At all.
Did you hear that? The most pathetic applause in the world, made of pity, no matter the time of day or how small the audience. This is a pitiful applause.
Иди нахуй.
A voice from the back squeaks something. It's definitely laughter. Someone walks out of the room by the front door. Some woman. Is it because of you?
Я своих чувств, иди нахер, блядь.
Let's go, officer. These people wouldn't know a good performance if it beat them in the ass.
Тебе понравилось?
Detective Dubois. It was downright tragic. Now, let's go.
I mean it, he thinks.
Серьезно, думает он.
To him, being a cop in the RCM was truly expressed in that performance.
Микрофон на место. Ну хотя бы 30 поинтов опыта получили. О, кстати, мы скоро догоним эти навыки и как раз апнем грубую силу. Ну либо силу воли, кстати. Либо внушение. Ну, я думаю, скорее грубую силу будет логичнее апнуть до 8, и потом уже тогда там силу воли и внушения. Все нормально, мы так потихонечку закрываем все вот эти вот охуевины. Вот. Так. Зеркало. Сирень. А, погодите, испорченный журнал, я могу его прочитать? Погодите.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board. With the permeables. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of... Yes, at last. You find a way to piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. HDB41. Date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB41120117.
Стоп, ГДБ-41, это разве не код офицер-участок?
Why, yes, your precinct number is 41.
А ГДБ?
Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. Harrier Dubois. HDB.
Ты хотел сказать рак Рафаэль Амброзиус Кусто.
No, the alphanumeric begins with HDB.
И как готов признать, что не Рафаэль и жить дальше.
That's comforting to hear. Now, detective, it takes half an hour to piece one of these together, if you still want to. Here are your options. Not much has changed.
К сожалению, у нас пока нет времени таким заниматься, блять. Все, ничего не знаешь о пропавшей саранче?
Kuno doesn't give a fuck about books. Oh my god, I told you that shit is lame. Shut up, see. Now they're gonna take you to Lane prison.
She sounds like she's about to cry, out of disappointment at Kuno's newfound lameness.
Никто тут не отстойный, посвящи чем... Ты о чем?
Deny everything, Kuno. You need to lawyer up.
Тебе нужен адвокат.
Kuno's not gonna say anything without his lawyer present.
Стоит заглянуть. Визуальный анализ.
There are several footprints in the mud. 8 pairs of boots
Получилось,
shuffling back and forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's right. The hardy boys in the mess hall of whirling in rags.
Смотреть, кажется, это в отдельности.
1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his booth. This is the big dick. Titus Hardy. The one with the bald cap on his head.
Продолжить подсчет.
Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 44. Either the blonde muscular guy, Glenn, or the young guy with a plectrum around his neck. 3. Hobnailed work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 43. The inked banger, perhaps.
Татуированный.
4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46. Theo, the old smoker. You think you even see a tiny fleck of cigarette ash inside the print.
Что еще?
5. Another standard work boot. Reinforced toes. Number 44. Same
Либо
as
Эжен,
before.
либо Глен.
Either the musician, Eugene, or the muscle-bound blonde, Glenn. 6. Light as air. Same make of boot. But number 41, small like a rat, shanky.
Отлично получается,
You're
да?
not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens, and the tracks burn in it with strange beauty.
Почитайте остальные.
The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. The imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. Fat Angus, carrying something?
А последняя?
Another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole. The right sole is smoother, more worn. Curious. A missing 8th Hardy Boy.
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here.
На самом деле 8.
That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing. Anything else out of the ordinary?
A leader like Titus doesn't let one of his guys out of sight easily, especially at a time like this.
Легкий след, 41
I'm
размер.
guessing that's the skinny Hardy Boy. The one with his front teeth missing.
Того с кисиной рожей?
Yes, well, he did look a bit like a rat. You're right. Do you think those prints belong to him?
Да.
I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not.
Живой след, вес с килограммов.
This could be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up. Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built armored man. Maybe it was the fat Hardy Boy, the one sitting in the middle.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is...
Прав, жертва силы крепыш зала профсоюза.
Probably yes. This would also fit with the victim being dead from a previous gunshot wound. They had to carry him, because he could no longer walk. Is there anything else that's noteworthy here?
Из отверстия одна подошва... Так, грубую силу мы качнули. Соответственно, одна подошва сильнее стер, чем другая.
Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the missing Hardy Boy. Wonder who he is.
Oh, this one's easy. Way too easy. It's a driver.
У водителей, как правило, правая подошва стирается быстрее, чем левая. Педаль газа ведь справа. Помнишь, мы нашли покинутый грузовик?
Piece of sandpaper glued to the throttle. Which means that the missing lady driver was also present at the lynching? That's it. She's the Old Soul.
А других вариантов нет. Руби действительно управляет масштабной операцией своего грузовика.
And now we have concrete evidence binding everything together. We should ask Titus about this.
Значит, наш осведомитель посещал члены помещения в танцах.
I don't know. They are about the same size. Not the same boot, no, but they could be the same person.
Книга отпечатков с горизонтальную линию. Человек с фенольной мужской в танцах здесь не проходил.
No. These prints are pretty standard. The ones in the dust looked custom. Or maybe they're just a foreign design.
Как думаешь, сколько этим следам?
A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
Откуда вы знаете?
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
Что потом произошло?
I think a mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
But we know the victim had a bullet in his head. A more precise way to put it is, it was made to look like a lynching.
Как записать коалиции, похоже на сюрреалистичный спектакль.
Exactly. They had to perform it to whoever was looking, the whole neighborhood, I suppose. And
Отлично. Нам теперь нужно, блять, объяснение от парней Харди по поводу этой хуйни еще требует. Очень внезапное задание.
All around you, the hisses and chirps of locusts fill the musky air. The earthen floor of the shack has been shaped into mounds of mud, dotted with little holes for windows.
Well, detective, it appears
Что вы
you've solved the
раскрыли дело?
case of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a sub-case of the imaginary insect case. So at least that's going well.
Да, я так и подумал.
Yes, I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough.
Вишельский фамилия где-то недалеко?
If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. The phasmid did not take the bait from the traps. It was Kuno. The phasmid doesn't exist. But what do I know?
Забегите об этом
I'll
с
let
Куна.
you handle the Kuno side of things. You are doing just fine.
Блядь, чё? А как мне это подобрать? Видимо, никак. Ну ладно, похуй.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Я спер саранчу из ловушек, потому что так как зоологи.
Yeah. Kuno took the bugs. So what?
А что?
So it wasn't the phasmid. A wave of disappointment.
Я надеялся, что разрешу съел тростникового палочника, не ты, Куна.
Yeah, well, Kuno's all you got, bitch.
Ты говоришь, себе поебать насекомых, потом строишь из них целый город.
It's not Bugtown. It's the city of locusts. Locusts aren't just bug shit. They come out of the sky like a fucking shadow. Shit descends.
Stop!
You stop. It's like their fucking night. Locust City, Night City, City of Rage.
The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching from discomfort. The lameness is causing her physical pain. The
И физически больно от такого уровня отстоя. Возможно, урон невосполним. Город ярчит круто. Вот это отстойно.
Please just don't say you're an artist. Maybe I am an artist. You hear that, everyone? I'm a fucking artist now.
Здорово, Куна, называть искусство круто.
Oh my god, Kuno! He's gonna make you totally lame in like 3 seconds. Don't let him, Kuno.
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free. Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig if he wants. Kuno can make himself into a... Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno. You'll have to take me away.
In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves. Someone closing.
Она еще не знает, на какую концовку мы идем.
So that's what this is about.
А это, дорогая, зависит от твоего поведения. Ты сколько это обстрел, я обещаю, что не буду тебя арестовывать.
For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face. Use this momentary confusion to take control of the situation.
Могу не спросить, что означает град саранчевый.
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate on shit. Build shit when he's zipping hard. Fuck. Pig, you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame.
Прекрати воровать саранчу из ловушки. Зоологи ищут что-то важное. Саранча
I
приманка.
don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts anyway. Shit is all lame now. C was right.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence. Just long enough.
Что будет с саранчой?
Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts
Сдохни на теле, Куна. Ладно, я разобрался, что
What are
пойду.
they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
Сирийского фазмида. Свидимся,
Fuck
Куна.
out of here. Kuno's tired of this shit.
There's silence between the two children. They're not saying anything to each other, nor looking in each other's direction.
Так. Теперь нужно поговорить с ребятами. Ту-тум. Турурум-пум. Так, давайте поговорим с этим, с Мореллом.
Hello, officer.
Вылезти под стол Куну, он обещал больше не врать саранчу.
Was just a child.
So it was just a child.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie.
О, 30 опыта.
This is good news, right? It means we can try again.
Сможем снова
Something
попытаться.
is secretly gnawing at her confidence. It's not this Kuno kid or the missing locust. It's something else.
Нихуя там задач в понедельник. Кстати, что интересно, задач становится все меньше и меньше с каждым днем.
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the empty trap. Then we'll need to inspect the traps one more time. And then maybe we can.
He has a 38-degree fever. His resilience has given way.
Darling, I told you to take it easy. You're getting sick. Maybe it's time to go home.
You're right, you're right. We can come back next season.
Летом, когда
when it's
будет
warmer.
потеплее.
There won't be a next season. Not for this. Find a phasmid or admit defeat, people. More cardio. Let's do this.
Черт, может я смог положить в ловушку новую. Мы только все сделали, а делать ребасать, я вернул жив в ловушке,
We're
зажжем.
getting really carried away with this, aren't we? Fine. It's better than having these people get pneumonia on the coast. But after this...
Really? It's too much, officer.
What Morel means is we're grateful for your help.
Спасибо за помощь.
Here's a fresh fractured locust. They should slide right down the funnel. And thank you again. We will definitely mention you, should this lead to a discovery. I'm not talking co-discovery, of course, but,
Wow. Co-discovery. You'd be famous. You'd show them all. This does tingle the pleasure center. This would show them all. We need to get you on that list of discoverers. No question about that.
Ну я пошел. Сначала положите приманку в ловушку, которую нашли пустым передним. Самое сложное вспомнить, какая из ловушек это была. Так. И с мусоркой сбить свой пистолет. А, ну все, мне к церкви, получается.
The Copper NATO is back. What do you want? Yeah? What?
Знаешь, что делать с системами частот Улан?
What now? I have no idea. Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
Излучатель серости.
What?
Pale emitter.
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing ULAN frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more.
There you have it. Pale something.
Что там для серости?
It feels like you'll get to know soon enough.
Спасибо, Тит. Нашел связь между вами и местной наркоторговлей, прикинь?
Like hell you have. There is no local drug trade. This place is as clean as a rifle. Go back to Jamrock and ask the local junkies how clean your streets are in precinct 41 kilos.
We'll do that. In the meantime, did you know that there's an abandoned lorry at the intersection that was used to move raw ingredients for drugs from Terminal B to Jamrock? We know Ruby was the driver. We know that's your affiliation with her. Detective, you want to deliver the coup de grâce?
Это никакой местной наркоторговли, кроме вашей.
That's a mighty interesting theory. I guess that's what you would need to do, theoretically. A big, strong, state-run monopoly would outcompete the runts on the street.
Yeah, man. Theoretically, that's what you would do. To get rid of the gangs, the dealers, even some of the junkies.
You would need good, trustworthy people to take their place, of course. Hardy men to run such a monopoly. For the good of the community, of course.
Потом люди себя будут употреблять наркотики, что хотя бы их немного контролируете.
Thank you. Theoretically, of course. Thank you.
Мы же отыгрываем этого, блядь, дебила.
He seems genuinely surprised at your response. In a good way.
I don't know. I guess theoretical things don't make me emotional. Now, I was sorta gonna get my brewski on.
Руби, не она ли тот 8-й Харди, что идет связанные с наркотой дела?
You sure do love long walks through Theory Town, don't you? Well, I'm thirsty now. Thirsty for beer. Got any less theoretical questions?
Менее теоретические вопросы.
He doesn't let it show, but must be a little impressed. You've put a lot of things together fast.
Я пойду. Так. Так, коробка с саранчой. Ну, получается, вот теперь точно все. Мне остается только сегодня вечером зайти к мусорке и типа, ну, пойдем, блядь, к этим, к челам из церкви. Так. О, нихуя, автосейв.
Morel's trap stands empty, just like the boathouses around it. The wind ruffles your sweaty hair.
Освободить саранчу в пустую ловушку.
Dazed from being transported, slowly begin to acclimate to their new surroundings. They're not really going to get the chance to get comfortable here.
Good. Now that's done. When do you think we will return to our impending apocalypse of a murder investigation? Don't answer that. It was a rhetorical question.
He doesn't want to, but if there is one more cryptozoological runaround, he must force the investigation back on track. This better be it.
Так. 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 Нам остается только разобраться с церковью. Ну, еще поговорить вот с той девкой сначала. Разве что.
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
It's cold out here, but she's not.
Без шапки.
She must be freezing. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
Что мы зажжем?
What?
Может, зажжем?
Yeah, I heard you. What do you mean by party?
Yes. What do you mean?
Что такие всратые?
You know, that sounds
Звучит
kind
не
of
так
nice.
уж плохо.
No, it doesn't. You, if you were intending to use an unorthodox questioning technique for this branch of the investigation, which by the way is tangential at best, you should have let me in on it. As it stands, I'm going to have to thwart your plan by explaining to the woman that we are police officers.
Oh, of course.
Odd. Something about the way she says it makes you think she's not bothered by any of the cop show questioning.
Бля, надо было поговорить с ней без Кима.
She's waiting.
А здесь не появляется рыжеволосая женщина?
No.
Just no?
It's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast.
Long shadows, short shadows, quiet shadows of local children, loud shadows drunks, and also a shadow made of sticks. You breathe on your hands for warmth.
Как тебя зовут?
A cell.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. There's a coarseness to her features, some masculinity below that timidness.
Кассеря, дальше я не твой воздыхание, я провожу официальное полицейское расследование.
Okay, it's Burger.
Что у тебя за устройство?
This is a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
А провода?
Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
Что такое контактный микрофон?
A contact mic records sounds from inside things, like this ice.
И как эта штука работает?
The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-borne sound, if you like technobabble.
И взяла этот микрофон.
Same place I got the recorder from, the Palaceum.
Что такое полозей?
Oh man, you haven't been to the Palaceum? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
А кто такой Арно?
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Palaceum going kind of person.
Hey, didn't Piss and Fuck the World mention Van Eyck too?
Это нетипичная фишка.
Golfing? Man, you sound like 100 years old when you say that.
No, you don't. She's mistaken you for an old person. Say you're...
Пашу.
I don't know what that means.
Верчусь.
I don't know what that means either.
У меня есть нет из моей крутизны, сонный прыгает, зеленый в пух и прокну в моей гостинице.
That's cool.
Давай, я поспеваю за временем.
Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the contact mic, perhaps? Sure. Same place.
Так, бля.
It's a music.
Thinking about it really cheers her.
Oh yeah.
Hey, didn't Piss...
I don't know what that means. That's cool. Sure.
Подумайте, у меня есть вопросы, не связанные с микрофоном.
Okay.
А что ты делаешь такой холод?
Recording, I guess.
Что именно ты
I
записываешь?
think I'm recording cracks in the ice, but there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound.
Погоди, а что случилось с наушниками?
My boyfriend sold them. I
Зачем?
don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
Everything checks out, sire.
Зачем ты все это записываешь?
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds
Просто
like
безумие,
that. It's
сложно
hard to
объяснить.
explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be like a music place
Музыкальное
anyway.
место.
The girl is cold all of a sudden. Very cold.
I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
She looks at the recording device. The thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turning out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish. Very useless all of a sudden. She is on some kind of stimulant. Amphetamine or methadone. And its effects are wearing off fast. She will begin to experience more and more valleys now. And fewer peaks.
Take this, you're cold.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that. I'm sorry about the fuck.
It's okay.
Ой, тебе нужнее, чем мне.
Thanks.
Бля, я проебал шапку. Как я проебал шляпу. У меня больше нет шапки. Так здесь есть музыкальное место.
That? The boys think it could be a place, like the Palaceum or something. Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
Парни?
Yeah. Andre and the guys, they're inside, in the tent.
У меня еще есть вопросы.
Okay.
Так, бля, ребят, мы проебали шляпу. Уходить вот в этой хуйне. А что у меня есть еще в плане шляпы? О, у меня есть лыжная шапка фаун, блядь. Но она хуёвая. Ну, бля, придется пока погонять вот в этой вот охуенной шляпе Дика Малина, короче. Пока мы не найдем нормальную шляпу.
Hello again.
И поподробнее об этом музыкальном клубе, который планируете открыть в церкви.
It's supposed to become like a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah.
The floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are slowly cracking, like bones. Far east of the Golden Delta, beyond the industrial port, there is a black patch of unlit coast with the smallest creatures on the ice. There will never be a club for anodic music. Not in a million years.
Что такое анодная танцевальная музыка?
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
Какими еще электронными инструментами?
Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness.
Это будет выглядеть именно так.
That is what the future will look like.
Значит, хотим превратить церковь в клуб.
I know. It's not my idea. Andre and the boys found the place. It was supposed to be deserted.
Место заброшено, теперь они даже занять его не могут.
Hey, you two are cops.
Нет, мы закон.
Okay, well, maybe you could talk to Andre and the guys, because there are some strange things going on in that church. If you're police, you should look into it, right?
Я поговорю с ними.
They're inside that thing there. Would be cool if you did. Was there something else?
Хватит от церкви.
Go ahead.
Личное мнение спокойного человека, у которого берут показания. Почему?
Well, it's just questioning, right? You're just questioning me. It's what cops do.
Тебя раньше полицейские опрашивали?
Once or twice, yeah. I'm sorry I haven't had the Revachol experience they get east of the river.
А что там, на восточном берегу?
Rich people. Rich people are east of the river.
Богачи, они не из этих мест. Прекрасно, вы, кстати, не из них.
Good luck crossing that river on your police salary, then.
Полицейская зарплата. Проблемы у тебя были с полицией.
Usual. I had a shitty run as a teenager.
Какие обычные.
You know, drinking, getting into fights. The ugly stuff that happens when you move out your parents' place at 13. In Forberg.
А что значит в фабуле?
Is this a rhetorical question?
Я действительно порой не помню даже самые элементарные вещи.
Forberg, not in Forberg, is a massive banlieue south of Jamrock Quarter. It is the largest ghetto in Revachol, possibly the world.
Я знаю, что такое Джемрок, но предположим, что я забыл.
We are Jamrock, sort of. Martinez is called North Jamrock sometimes. Jamrock is also a ghetto, only smaller than Forberg.
А почему ты съехал в таком юном возрасте?
My dad was a drunk. Plus, I guess, I just wanted to drink too, you know. Get my party on.
Я сам обожаю отжигать, просто обожаю.
Alright.
Магнитофон валяется на льду, словно выброшенная игрушка. Поднять его.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron
Чё,
logo
блядь?
adorns the yellow plastic cover. Underneath you see a reel of tape.
Бля! Я буквально проебал абсолютно простейшую проверку эмпатии только что. Когда у меня там крайний сейв был? Бля, мне придется прокликать эту хуйню снова, потому что я проебал абсолютно простейшую, блядь, проверку, как истинный гений, короче. Ой, блядь, какая же это хуйня.
A shaggy look.
Oh.
It's cold. Everyone knows drugs make you.
What? Yeah,
Yes. What do you mean?
you know.
No, you. As it's
Oh,
Odd.
Так,
She's
пара
writing.
вопросов.
just
it's pretty.
Long shadows, short shadows.
A s-
Her hair is dyed blonde.
No,
just no.
it's pretty.
Lo-
No.
Блядь.
It's pretty.
long shadows.
Я за устройство.
Actually, just one. A contact mic. The mic. Same place I got the arm. It's a
Thinking about it.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
A skull.
no, you don't.
I don't know what that means. That's cool. Sucks, man. Was there something else? Okay.
Я здесь такой
Recording. I
холод.
think my boy. I don't know.
Everything check.
The musician. Anyway,
The girl.
I don't really.
She looks at. She.
Take this.
Сейчас мы это
Да,
быстренько
мам.
приступаем.
Thanks. That. Yeah. Go ahead. It's supposed. Accept that.
The floor. There will never be a club. Not in a million.
You know, another sympathy.
You see clear, beautiful.
I know. Hey, you two. Okay, well, they're inside that thing there. Go ahead. Well, it's just question once or twice. Yeah. Rich people. Good luck crossing that. The usual. You know, drinking. Is this?
We are Jamrock, sort of.
My dad was a drunk. All right.
The
Вот
device
теперь
is still
прокнуло.
warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns.
Если приходится шать тут на льду, когда наркотики отпускают. Вот, да и вообще любой может в такую погоду сидеть, ожидая прихода тьмы.
She looks you in the eye. Her pupils
Этого мира
wide,
хотели сделать его
surrounded
лучше, у них не
by
вышло.
a
С этим
ridiculous amount of
в бракованном мире жить проще.
The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real.
Как есть, скажи. Это такие детские фантазии, может стать настоящим оружием в борьбе с тем, что ждет тебя
What
дальше.
is?
Тьма.
I know. I'll stick to it.
Старайся не потерять.
There is little you can do to help her now. But given the chance, you feel like you should. There is something about her.
Что такое что-то весомое.
Something changes between you two. She looks at you differently now. As an equal. A fellow human being.
So thanks.
О,
I
новый
guess,
уровень.
For the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
Что меня гложет?
Come
Ничего.
on, I can tell. But okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
Кажется, кое-что превращает мою жизнь в сущий ад.
What is it?
Все задушевые предприниматели, те, кто делает дело, загоны в кандалы.
Oh. Really?
И оставили бы их в покое в этом городе. Вообще нанимать некого. Неудивительно, что все бедны, как церковные
The
мыши.
thing that's been eating you is rich people not having enough money.
Уж погода заказывает глаза, но мы станем ближе к инновационной экономике.
Then you really haven't seen much of this strange world. because we literally haven't got any income taxes. Just a 20% value added.
Ничего понятно, это не имеет, что на самом деле налогов. Если... А ты этих не платил никогда, есть куча всяких скрытых всяких скрытых невидимых глаз налогов. Смотри, вон один из них поедет на море. Я просто не хочу 6 раз, блять, потерять боевой дух. К сожалению, я не могу поражать другой вариант. Нет, дело не только в ноги на морских чудовищ. Все они вместе взятые душат рост экономики.
And none of this has anything to do with, oh, I don't know, some chick? Это сказал, я нашел письма, которые я сам до этого выбросил. Возможно, как-то с этим связано. Okay. Why do you think that?
Только немного пахнут жвачкой, я до сих пор слышу этот запах, даже на все это дерьмо.
Wow, man, that's pretty symbolic. Don't you think?
Да, я тоже подумал, что это очень символично.
Okay. What else?
Здесь женским почерком, господи, как экономить становится, когда я их читаю.
There you have it then, chick trouble.
Твоя проблема, никакой политики.
Who was she?
Не помню.
Really? You seem to be pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her?
Я помню, только есть запах.
Wow, man.
Очень странно.
Pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you?
Ага, уверен, разве иначе бы это зацепил меня так
How
сильно?
come you don't remember though? Is it like some selective memory thing?
Скорее всего, что я напишу таких чертей, что я стер всю память об этом мире.
Yeah, or it might be that. This one time I did so much booze that I forgot too.
Все забыла.
Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank.
Такое Кёнигстад Уэнг.
You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich.
Ну, спасибо.
You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten though.
Лучше об этом не
Just my
вспоминать.
opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
Yes, but it itches really, really bad.
Really bad,
Okay.
блять.
Bye.
Чей дом вдали от дома, совсем как твой.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric.
Просто кусок
covering a
брезента.
pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
It's safe to assume this is their leader.
Их
Or
лидер.
at least he thinks he is.
Птица внутрь.
We barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old.
Слишком стар для этого.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike.
Просто не нравится правонарушитель.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Что вам понравится, я здесь подежурю. У меня вот эта вот ебаная музыка, она уже застряла в голове, потому что мы слишком долго, блядь, сидели в этой палатке, базарили и слушали эту хуйню. Колонка большая, ты используешь звук вступления. Зафет Ультра. Да.
A young man with peroxide blonde hair holds up a Harman Welshi tape player, nodding along to the music. He looks at you with a knowing smile and says, as though you're supposed to be sharing some tremendous evangelical secrets.
Вместе знаете какую-то невообразимую священную тайну. Точно? Будешь повторять... А что это хардкор, да?
skipper danger. I am the rearranger.
Your cop training did not prepare you
Как
for
бы
this.
не готовили, что же делать?
Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think? The young man.
This is hardcore. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All core! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime, invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore! Ah!
Хардкор. Да.
But is it? I mean, really?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally
Идиотский ответ.
But you haven't gotten there yet, so you don't know what to say.
Какая мысль в голову приходила?
I am the enforcer. I am the chick's checker. Yeah!
Go speak to Andre. I'm just annoyed.
Ноик. А я скажу, сперва поговорить с
I
тобой.
suck at socializing, man. If you go speak to Andre, I'll have time to tune in, get a reading on your side.
Maybe you should just stand there, watch him rattle his toolbox.
Просто сядь и наблюдать за ним.
The contents of the young man's toolbox are organized in a neat yet eclectic manner. He is constantly checking out the various tools and parts and rearranging them slightly. It's a bit hypnotizing if you look at it long enough.
I have all kinds of screws.
Кивнуть.
They'll come in handy for fixing the church.
Церковь в порядок.
Talk to Andre. No point in standing here. The signs are really out of tune.
Он абсолютно просинхроне. Вот нам и накинули, блять, уже 2 задания сразу. Вот. Эти задания мы не выполним никогда, к сожалению. Вот. Поговорим с ребятами потом, чуть. Вот. Мне, кстати, интересно, бля, а я могу как-то этот... все равно поговорить с ним в этой хуйне.
Yes? What do you want to know? You mean like a brief? Do you want... 3 days ago, during that time, the victim had been stripped of his...
Чем еще не знали о звонившем?
Last year, as we've come to suspect, didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort.
Чем
There's a
прятаться?
strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters.
Я все равно ничего не понял.
We are police officers. It is our job to find good.
Если ты за мной ходишь. Я говорю, ты больше мой
Frankly,
стиль.
detective, you are in a deranged state. I can't let you proceed without close supervision. In fact, under normal circumstances, I'd be duty-bound to report you. Take it as a token of good faith between our precincts that I haven't done so.
The lieutenant thinks you're some unaccountable wreck who needs constant supervision. But you don't have to listen to him. You're free to disobey.
Знаешь, что такое
That's
РГМ?
good.
Тебе надо присматривать
Except
кем.
that I do, detective.
То есть нужно время на
Some
себя.
you time? This is a police investigation, not a journey of self-discovery. You'll still have your evening.
С другой
to
стороны,
yourself.
возможно, мне нужен кто-то, кто периодически портил мой
You
стиль.
might. It's important not to let one style interfere with their work.
Погоди,
What
тебе.
about me?
Тебе очки.
That's correct.
That makes him a Binoclard. Completely uncopped material, if you say so yourself.
Скальковская в
I
копы.
can assure you, detective, that I've passed all the required physical exams within the last year. Can you say the same?
А вы?
You may not remember taking any little tests, but you're strong as a goddamn ox.
Оцени, я сделал крушить черепа и раскрывать дела.
Just because your precinct has a reputation for cracking skulls doesn't mean that's the only way to solve a case. Was there anything else? Good. Let's change the subject.
Значит, я ничего не помню.
He just arches his brow.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
Вы не помнили, они пробовали думать, что такое своих
There is
личных
a
дел.
sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of
Своих с личными делами.
It's just the nature of lieutenancy.
О чем не
Try
думать?
work, the case at hand. It can work miracles. Focus on other people's troubles, not your own. That is a relief.
Станет легче.
Your heart beats twice like a fist. The serotonin deficiency makes your teeth clench.
Спасибо, мудрейший.
The lieutenant blinks, his mouth slightly open, and...
Excuse me, I was lecturing you.
Зря я это.
You shouldn't have. You should consult a medical professional if you feel that you need help.
This habit of dispensing wisdom has been brought to his attention before. He will not think less of you for lashing out. He is trying to curb it.
Ладно, проехали.
The moment passes.
Короче, видимо, его об этом, короче, заново не спросить, но похуй. Ладно, на самом деле уже час. Поэтому, наверное, мы сейчас будем потихоньку заканчивать. Было бы просто замечательно. О чем спросить? Я думал то, что... Я думал, могу ли я поговорить с ним об участках, не осматривая тело. Но, как бы... Видимо, все-таки не могу. Вот. А не осматриваем мы тело, потому что, ну, типа, бля, я иду на это достижение, типа, осмотр тела не проводился. Вот. Вот. Так что, короче, да. Будем потихоньку заканчивать. Уже час времени. Мне пора потихоньку отправляться на сон. Завтра вставать в 9. Вот, это пизда рано, бля, да. Завтра в 9 вставать. Хуя. Вот, собственно, чё хотел сказать умного такого. Что-то хотел сказать. И забыл. Крутой, блядь. Да. Вероятнее всего тогда, собственно, на следующем стриме мы, надеюсь, начнем и, надеюсь, сразу как раз закончим всю вот эту вот процедуру с церковью. Весь вот этот квестлайн, связанный с дырой в реальности. Вот. Ну и, соответственно, как раз дойдем до мусорки, получим от нее пистолет, модную шапку. Вот. Модную шапку. Вот. И все. И получается, у нас на этом будут закончены все основные задания. Вот. И, соответственно, мы сможем отправиться уже, наконец, к этой, как ее зовут, к Руби. Вот, блядь. На разговор с ней. И там уже, соответственно, трибунал. Ну, а после трибунала там уже, соответственно, финальная ветка. Конечно, в прошлый раз, блядь, мы финальную ветку прошли за один стрим. 10-часовой. Вот, но теперь-то я, блядь, прекрасно помню, что эта ебаная финальная ветка, она нахуй длится 100 лет, поэтому это точно нужно будет разбивать на 2 стрима. Вот, ладненько, спасибо всем огромное, что смотрели. С вами был Leonid Ratahook. Подписывайтесь на мой канал, ставьте лайки, писайте ваши комментарии, подписывайтесь меня на Boosty, вам нравится, что я делаю. Присылайте ваши донаты. Вот. Спасибо всем огромное, что смотрели еще раз. До новых встреч. Пока-пока. Удачи. Будем на сегодня с этим заканчивать. Всем еще раз удачи. До скорых встреч. Пока-пока. Будем на этом заканчивать. Бля, красивые цифры не получилось.